Καλημέρα σε όλους. Παρακαλώ να λάβετε τις θέσεις σας για να αρχίσουν οι εργασίες του συνεδρίου μας.
Good morning, everyone. Please take your seats so we may begin the Congress meeting.
Καλημέρα. Παρακαλώ πολύ να καθίσετε όλοι για να ξεκινήσουμε. Αξιότιμε κύριε Υπουργέ.
Distinguished Minister of the Interior, Minister of Development and Food, ladies and gentlemen, Regional Governor of Central Macedonia, dear President of GAIA, dear representatives of the local authorities, and dear representatives of the business sector and the agri-nutritional sector, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 11th GAIA Congress. At a time that is particularly important for the future of European agriculture and development, since we are living at a time when multiple crises of a geopolitical, economic, climatic and environmental nature are affecting the primary sector. From issues such as food security and the instability of business agreements, the pressure from natural disasters and the increased production costs, and the uncertainty regarding the common agricultural policy, the need for clear and transparent policies for supporting the agricultural sector are more imperative than ever. The new Commissioner for Agriculture that we mentioned last week at two events in Brussels and the European Commission put forward last Wednesday within the framework of the strategy for simplification a number of proposals that aim at reducing the red tape for the current programming period, including measures such as a double increase of the one-off subsidy for small-scale farmers, conformity for various holdings and adaptation per year and per holding in order to reduce administrative costs, strengthening disaster management also through new tools for the support of farmers who are affected by natural disasters and or animal diseases. And finally, the promotion of digitization with the once-only principle, based on the once-only principle, which means in practice that the farmer will put forward their data only once, thus reducing administrative costs and increasing the holding and improving the management of holdings. It's estimated that the annual savings from these proposals by the Commissioner will ensure 1.6 billion annually for farmers and 200 million for the national administrations. However, at the same time, the debate is continuing for the single fund, which aims at the convergence of the financing policies, including inter alia the CAP, in a more flexible and less binding fund. This, however, encompasses many risks since it may lead to the financing of the agriculture being affected, the abolition of the two pillars, the creation of inequalities between the member states, a delay in investments and a destabilization of the agricultural income, particularly for small and medium-sized farmers who are the majority of farmers in Greece. The common agricultural policy is not simply a tool for subsidies, it is a strategy with a clear European goal, which leads to food production, environmental protection, cohesion, and preservation of nature. So, to put it in brief, we have an increasing trend of the subsidiarity principle being accentuated in EU, with decisions being taken on a central level with a major role of the member states in the field of agricultural policy also through the reforms in the agricultural policy and the relevant budget. As you know GAIA participates actively in the COPEC-GECA, in Farm Europe, and in other fora, making it clear that agriculture needs a single, exclusive, and sufficiently financed policy, not general guidelines or a general line in a common budget. We have the honor to have with us the President of COGECTA, Mr. Nielsen, and the Secretary, Mrs. Tsifourou, who are going to speak about recent developments in European and global affairs. Now, with regard to our activities within GAIA, as you know, we are an example of collaboration between farmers, cooperatives, businesses, research bodies, and after more than 10 years, we can say definitely that this is a very successful attempt, but not only that, it's also innovative. Through our network, we collaborate with more than 100 associates and partners, and this has an impact on thousands of producers all over the country. Some characteristic examples is a platform for supporting applications made by farmers by providing digital tools in order to have a more reliable services for farmers. At the same time, we also have the range of services providing advisory services with regard to the recent interventions of CAP for agricultural development and services for supporting farmers. In this way, we support farmers and their organizations so that they become more viable and competitive by providing information, support, and services that cover the whole range of their needs, while at the same time taking advantage of all the available national, European, and global economic financial tools. GAIA is also a supporter in the digital transformation of Greek agriculture. We have actually a specific session on this topic today. This is a very avant-garde project, not only for Greek, but also for European, if not global, reality. It is a project which, if put to proper use, that is, with open data based on modern governance standards, will be able to strengthen the competitiveness of the sector, reduce production costs, reduce timely bureaucracy also, and lead to new professional fields for young people who are looking for a new role in agriculture based on terms that support the environment and entrepreneurship and innovation. This, however, requires resources and very subtle handling with regard to fully exploiting all prospects and to ensure that they are maintained through actions from co-finance projects and interaction with our bureau in Brussels, and through our interaction with other bodies. All people are looking for results with regard to how producers and other bodies can take advantage of the various services provided. So this means that the eyes of Europe are on Greece, and it is up to us to prove that the national organization can become one of the most critical bodies in Greece working for the development of the agricultural sector. GAIA is also a supporter and invests in research annually and on targeted surveys regarding the agricultural sector. And this year's Congress, we shall have the opportunity actually to hear about the updated financial data of the agro-industrial sector from Mr. Tsouforos, our scientific associate, and the first results from the study undertaken by the Center for European Legal Culture of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, which aims to look at the way in which the CAP has functioned over the years and the way it has been applied in Greece in comparison to other countries. Now, speaking about this year's Congress, we have tried to focus on the need for collaboration within the framework of the CAP and to combine the transfer of knowledge, policy, and analysis and experience from the field. The various thematic sessions will be covered over the next 2 days regarding challenges and opportunities with regard to the current CAP, digital transformation, new technology, and new tools and opportunities for the future generations. There will also be a discussion on laborers, which is an issue of great interest in Greece and in Europe. Updated financial data and prospects for financial viability will also be discussed, along with successful examples regarding digital solutions for the agro-industrial sector. This will be presented by providers and users of these technologies. And finally, there will be a discussion regarding the agricultural economy of Central Macedonia, which is of vital importance for the primary sector of the whole country. And this will be analyzed by distinguished speakers whose prestige and experience is valuable. So we are expecting over the next couple of days very important debate debate and conclusions to be arrived at so that we can see how we can ensure a sustainable, innovative, and fair future for the agricultural sector. And before I conclude, I would like to thank all speakers for their collaboration, their patience, for all the communication and correspondence we have exchanged during this period, and the whole team that organized this conference, the technical staff, and all those who have contributed in order for this Congress to take place here today, the 11th GAIA Congress. Thank you very much indeed. I wish you every success in your proceedings.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλημέρα και από μένα. Είμαι ο δημοσιογράφος Γιώργος Λικουρέτσος.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Liguretsos. I'm a journalist, and I'll be coordinating this panel. Let me thank you for being here with us this morning. I wish to thank you all, whether on site or online. Let me wish the GAIA Congress people all the best. I wish to thank them for this excellent meeting hall too. I think that the major achievement when it comes to GAIA Congresses is that we get to listen to everyone's view, all the way from the banking sector through the agribusiness sector on to academia, but first and foremost we get to listen to what our farmers think. And we will also be giving you, our audience, the floor. In the end of each session, if we can afford this time-wise, that is, there will be a Q&A part today, and for this year's GAIA Congress version, we have wanted to be more interactive, so you are welcome to use our QR code. Please scan it, and you will be taken to a web page where you will be asked a question, and please take the time to give us an answer. We want your own feedback. And based on your feedback, more discussion can ensue. This is a fully anonymized procedure. No personal information will be stored. So please assist our panelists as well and do answer our questions. This brings me to the names of our panelists. We will start with a video message from the European Commission's Commissioner for Agriculture and Food, Mr. Hansen.
Kalimera, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, GAIA EPICHEIREIN, for inviting me to your 11th Congress on the development of Greek agriculture. I'm sorry I can't be there with you. Since presenting the vision in February, I've been visiting farms across Europe to listen and learn from farmers. I really look forward to coming to Greece soon as part of this conversation. When I speak to farmers, I hear a strong call for stability and predictability, and also for the recognition of the crucial role that farming and rural areas play in Europe's economy, security and strategic autonomy. And our answer to those calls is the vision, our roadmap on the future of farming and food in Europe. It sets the stage for an attractive, competitive, resilient, future-orientated and fair agri-food system for current and future generations. Farming and food are a strategic sector and a critical asset for Europe. They are the backbone of our food sovereignty, competitiveness, sustainability agenda and the vitality of rural regions. In these challenging times, Europe will protect its agri-food sector against unfair competition, geopolitical shocks and threats. While our farmers, fishers and food industry face many challenges, they are part of the solution. And I will continue to work in close consultation with them to find pragmatic and workable solutions. The vision fully recognizes that in Europe, farming is highly diverse. This is one of its greatest strengths. The challenges are also diverse. A farm in the Austrian Alps might face different challenges than a farm in one of the Greek islands. This is why our response to today's challenges cannot be one size fits all. It has to be tailored and territorial. The vision is centered around 4 priority areas: an attractive and profitable agri-food sector, a lighter and more agile innovation-driven policy that fuels competitiveness and resilience, nature and climate-friendly approaches that reward farmers, and a generation of Europeans that value European food and its rural areas. Let me highlight a few key aspects which are of particular importance for Greece. The Greek farming community is characterized by rather small farms. The average agriculture area is also lower compared to the EU average. Therefore, cooperation is even more important to strengthen your position in the value chain. I am happy to see that the Greek authorities already published a call for producer groups and organizations supported with 30 million euros by the Greek CAP strategic plan and 70 million to develop cooperation through such groups. Second, further digitalization of the sector is key. Greece is a good example for this, as you have already made use of an eco-scheme to support the introduction of digital tools, and the majority of the Greek beneficiaries uses digital application. Third, the vision recognizes that agriculture and climate can and must go hand in hand. In Greece, you have lived the consequences of climate change over the past years. The floods in Thessaloniki and the forest fires in Euros and in Rhodos are still in our mind. Over the next years, we will not only have to mitigate the effects of climate change, but also to adapt our farming practices. Fourth, fairness and predictability are essential if we want to attract a new generation of farmers. Here, the market plays a crucial role. We all agree that we don't want our farmers to sell products below the cost of production. Fair pay for fair work. Public income support also remains a lifeline for many farmers. This will continue under the future Common Agriculture Policy in a more targeted way. But we also want to stimulate the uptake of innovation and new business models like bioeconomy as a complementary source of income. The vision has also brought the importance and value of our farmers and the high-quality food they produce back to the forefront. Greek farmers, cooperatives and businesses are particularly active when it comes to promotion of their products. Greece has more than 280 foods, wines and spirits marketed under PDO, PGI, and your feta cheese and the Greek olive oil are traded all over the world. In these uncertain times, we must also look into opening more markets for all European producers, and this is what the Commission is actively working on. Finally, let me mention our simplification proposal presented last week, a direct response to farmers' demand for less bureaucracy. Lighter and more agile policy is a must. We will further alleviate the burden of regulation and allow farmers to focus on producing food, and I will present another proposal later in the year for other policy areas. Let me conclude by wishing you interesting and inspiring discussions and debates, and also assure you that my services and I remain open for ideas and initiatives which may arise from this Congress. Ευχαριστώ.
Ευχαριστούμε και εμείς θερμά τον Επίτροπο.
I wish to thank Commissioner Hansen for his message. He closed by mentioning the need to ease the burden of our farmers' shoulders. So this is a timely moment for me to introduce Minister Livanios to you, and let's hope he does have something to say for our farmers too.
Καλημέρα σε όλους.
Good morning, everyone. I wish to thank you for your invitation, and this is indeed a great opportunity for us to have an in-depth discussion about farming and about the growth of the agricultural sector. Someone did ask me about why it is that an interior minister gets to speak in an agricultural conference. It's a nice break to be able to be away from mayors for some time, and reason number two is that I'm mostly a stock farming product user, but still, the challenges we are faced with are major ones, and we have to find solutions. Let me start by saying that the primary sector and the agricultural sector can provide us with the most important tools through its growth for us to stop living the countryside, our towns and villages, for the greater cities. Otherwise, 95% of Greece will be sparsely populated, desertified, and this part of the country will only be providing tourist services. A strong agriculture is a real possibility for people to stop leaving their villages, stop leaving the countryside. Commissioner Hansen has already discussed the digital transformation challenge for the primary sector. This might sound an oxymoron to someone that does not have special knowledge, but digitization does form part and parcel of agriculture right now, because we're now discussing farming together with IoT. We are now discussing data retrieval in real time from farming and stock farming holdings, and Greece is indeed a country that can combine state-of-the-art technologies, and we do have such companies that are groundbreaking in this field. On the other hand, our farmers need to be trained in using those state-of-the-art technologies. If we go out on the street and ask 100 people in a Greek city about agriculture, they will tell you that the first thing that comes to their mind is an animal-driven plow or some agricultural machinery doing land tilling, but all that is now a thing of the past. We are now in the digital era, and we do need to be able to turn state-of-the-art technologies to good account so that prices can drop for the end consumer and so that we are competitive, because we do have the quality. And in a world where cutthroat competition prevails, you know, we have potatoes from the island of Naxos, potatoes from Nevrokopi, and potatoes from Egypt too. We have that in other categories of produce too, and it just so happens that the amount of products imported into Greece is disproportionate compared to what Greece does produce. And this brings me to climate crisis. For farming and stock farming, we do need water. And in recent years, we have seen that the nightmare of drought has come back, not just for our islands in the Aegean that are traditionally hit by drought, but also the eastern Peloponnese or Macedonia or areas in central Greece. These areas are hit by drought and they cannot start using their available water correctly. Only 10% of our water is potable water. The remaining ends up in the sewage. And what our government and what Agriculture Minister Tsiaras are doing is very important when it comes to rational water management. We cannot keep on squandering water any longer due to our inefficient piping or our water systems. This is how we will be supporting our agriculture. And this is where science comes into play with its algorithms, among others, with its smart irrigation systems. And we can also opt for crops that do not need that much water compared to others. Issue number 3 is about the choice that we made back in 2019, i.e. digitization. We have to have data circulating between and among our information systems. We can no longer have our farmers playing the role of clerical workers, shifting paperwork here and there. All of the registers of the Greek state will be interlinked. So whenever you need to submit an application, you will no longer need to also submit a photocopy of your ID card or a copy of your tax amount. And this also goes for the European Commission. The European Commission too is for simplification when it comes to paperwork. In the paperwork required by the administrative services here and there. So let's just start using data. You know about the golden rule. When you have digital data, no one can tamper with it. And there's no need for digital data to be controlled by a pair of human eyes. And let me close by climate crisis too. What we experienced in Thessaly was totally horrible due to its intensity and its expanse too, because almost the whole of the region of Thessaly was so severely hit by those weather storms. Actually, 2 municipalities were laying underwater for so many days. So one of the 2 hearts of our primary sector was so hard tried and tested that we must understand that the infrastructure that we will build must be future-proof. This means that we need to go hand in hand with science. Anyone who's passionate about agriculture needs to go hand in hand with the scientific achievements on a European level and on an international level if we aspire to a more effective agriculture. And I am glad to see that similar conferences are taking place where we can have interactive communication in order to successfully plot our agriculture policy for the benefit of all our citizens. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best for this conference. Here we are in Thessaloniki. We have opted for the very heart of Macedonia as our venue this year. Let me welcome Mr. Papageorgiou, the coordinator of the Prime Minister's office here in Thessaloniki, and let me welcome Mrs. Athanasiadou Aidona, the regional governor of the region of Central Macedonia. Ministers, honorable MPs, honorable coordinator of the Prime Minister's office here in Thessaloniki, ladies and gentlemen, I was very happy to receive your invitation for this year's conference under the GAIA Congress cycle. This is an excellent opportunity for synergies to be formed regarding the major issues pertaining to agri-food. This year's GAIA Congress takes place at a time when sustainability is no longer a theoretical notion. It has become an imperative need and a non-negotiable necessity. Partnership and innovation form the groundwork on which we can construct a new productive model that will be resilient, competitive, and outward-looking. In the region of Central Macedonia, agriculture, together with tourism and innovation, are the main pillars of our growth policy. It's the very heart of our economy, and our region ranks first when it comes to agricultural produce and agricultural exports. We are very rich in agricultural products, and the agricultural part of our economy provides more than 25% to our GDP. We have innovative initiatives such as the agricultural partnership, the agricultural products basket of the region of Central Macedonia, and our local cuisine. This is how we manage to link tourism, culture, and agri-food. And in this way, we have a high multiplier benefit. We work consistently in order to support our agricultural sector. We use each and every financial instrument available on the national level and on the EU level by means of our targeted interventions. We provide support to innovation, and telling examples in that regard is our work with young farmers and our so-called improvement plans, which manage to reach out to a high number of young farmers. We participate in major fairs and exhibitions throughout the world, and in this way we manage to open up new market outlets. Hundreds of small to medium agribusiness undertakings have received funding from the region of Central Macedonia in order to modernize and be able to import new technologies and create new jobs and new income sources. It is with these thoughts that I would like to congratulate the organizers once again and wish you all every success. Thank you. Thank you, Regional Governor Aidona. Our next speaker has 4 or 5 hats, so which one shall I choose? I don't know. Let me give the floor to Mr. Tsichitas, the president of the Association of the Agricultural Cooperatives of Thessaloniki.
Ladies and gentlemen, ministers, members of parliament, regional governor, dear friends, dear partners from the cooperative movement, dear farmers. I'm a farmer by profession. I love what I do. Let me say a couple of words about myself, minister. I love what I do, and I enjoy creating things that make a difference to my colleagues and to the public at large. I was the founder of one association and 2 interbranch organizations. I'm the chairman of the interbranch organization for pulses. I'm a pulse grower myself, so it's a pleasure to welcome you to Thessaloniki as a co-host to the 11th GAIA Congress, of which I am part at the board of directors and shareholder. In Greece and in Europe, agriculture is faced with lots of challenges, has been faced with lots of challenges over time. So it is only right for us to be debating about these issues in the presence of policymakers and technocrats and experts here who will share their valuable opinions with us. GAIA EPICHEIREIN has had a valuable contribution through New Republic with its software and its experts who guided farmers ahead. Digitization in farming and the services of GAIA EPICHEIREIN and the rest of the companies will help agricultural production to move forward. The question is whether Europe and policymakers overall want that. Why? Because Europe will have to ensure its food security. Our country and Europe needs safe agricultural products, safe food over and above anything else. So the message here is that the budget, the EU budget in the agricultural sector should not change. We're living in hard times of war. That aside, food security is a key issue for any country. I will not say more. I would simply like to welcome you to Thessaloniki and wish the best of success to this 11th GAIA Congress. I'm looking forward to constructive conclusions and valuable takeaway messages. Thank you. Mr. Tsichitas focused on food security, and food security is gradually becoming geopolitical security. Let me now open the round of our keynote speakers. We have the pleasure and honor of having Mr. Kostas Siaras, the Minister for Rural Development and Food, with us, and I would like to invite him to the podium. Ministers, Minister of Interior, dear Thodoros, dear Kostas, Members of Parliament, dear representative of the opposition party, Mr. Kokalis, Regional Governor, ladies and gentlemen. To begin with, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this Congress, particularly the head of GAIA EPICHEIREIN, Professor Christos Avoulas. Those who follow recent developments in the Greek agricultural sector in recent years will know that he is a person who has contributed a lot, who has triggered developments, who has made a major contribution to this huge, wider effort, and I personally believe that he will continue to do so in future. If we try to look at developments in the Greek agricultural sector, I'm certain that we will all agree on the following. The Greek agricultural sector is at a turning point. Climate crisis, the increasing demands of the market, the high cost of production, the need for competitive and, of course, certified products face us all with our responsibilities. What is certain is that we cannot go on working in the mindset of the past or with the tools of the past, as the Minister of Interior said. Future agriculture is being built today. And for it to be built, we need to have a plan, support, and of course, we need to work together. There needs to be cooperation. 19.3 billion euros was the budget of CAP for 2023 to 2027. And this is a unique opportunity for us to plan a transition with a beginning, middle, and an end, so that we move from payments without any target whatsoever to targeted payments, to a long-term strategy move from passive income to active production. We need to invest in quality, sustainability, extroversion, and generational renewal, so that we can put in place the conditions that will help Greek agriculture become more resilient. Of course, we all need to be aware of the fact that at the end of the day, we will not be judged based on how many claims were approved. We'll be judged based on whether young people stay in their homeland, whether they produce, and whether they can have a decent life. So this is where smart agriculture comes into play, not as an isolated digital instrument, as a means to establish a new relationship between producers and technology and scientific evidence. Technology is no longer a privilege of the few. It is a necessary tool for all of us. 3,000 data collection stations across the country, experimental parcels, drones, and systems that use satellite imaging lead us to a new agricultural infrastructure that will support producers in practice on a daily basis, when and where to water, how to organize their work, how to bring down cost and increase yield. Not on a theoretical level, but rather tailored to the specific conditions in every region, every crop, every farmer. Simply put, for the first time, farmers have a tool that enables them to move from empirical management to evidence-based practices. At the heart of this effort, and I think we all agree on that, is a change of paradigm. I repeatedly stated publicly that farming is not an individual matter, and I will reiterate that on this occasion as well. Dear President, dear Christos, farming is a matter of collective action, of partnership and networking. The government, as you all know, has introduced taxation incentives for cooperatives, partnerships, producers groups, contract schemes. The New Democracy government was the one that passed the legislation on the SEAS scheme, as well as on a number of other cooperative schemes in view of bringing down taxation to 50% for the participants. We support collaborative schemes, not just because they support the negotiating power of farmers, but rather because they give rise to economies of scale and make farming more resilient. We need to move away from the livelihood farming to a model of farming that will ensure resilience to new conditions and, at the end of the day, collective growth. In front of the storms created by the new environmental, social, economic, and geostrategic conditions, none can withstand the storms alone. Farmers cannot cope with the increased demands of the markets, increased costs, and climate weather phenomena. So the answer is a strong support network and a strong political will for this transition. We're witnessing that already in a number of areas in the country. Greenhouses, export cooperatives, agri-food partnerships that work properly pave the way. For instance, let me give you a characteristic example. The initiative of the mastic gum growers of Chios managed to turn a traditional product into a world brand. These are not just exceptions to the rule. They are proof of a trend that needs to be strengthened. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to look at cooperation, at cooperatives, not just as a compromise, but rather as a strength, as an opportunity that will build stronger relations of trust, that will enhance solidarity and transparency. The success of each and every one of us boils down to the rest of us as well. Greenhouse crops will increase produce, will increase the added value and the export potential of the country, not from an opportunistic perspective. What is required is technical expertise and support. As Mr. Tsikitas mentioned earlier, the government stood on the side of the plighted farmers. In Thessaly, the storms did not only leave water and mud behind, they also left a strong need for regeneration, and we are already doing that. We're restoring the livestock, the plant material. We are reforming the production model in the field of Thessaly, following what happened. Thessaly is a prime example of agricultural production that can be restored, not on its own, through the support of the state, the government, through central coordination, as was the case with water management through ODIS. One of the greatest wages ahead has to do with the sufficiency and management of irrigation water, as the minister said. And this is the first time we're trying to approach that through a holistic plan. We know that in this effort, people on the front line will have a major role. Farmers, fishermen, apiculturists, people in charge of cooperatives, scientists. Our responsibility as a government is to provide them with the tools. No promises, no makeshift solutions. We are convinced that we need to invest in knowledge, in agricultural education, in certification, training. And this is why we're upgrading the structures of Elgo Dimitra. We're supporting applied research, new animal welfare projects, new schemes for the certification of Greek products. Our strategy is to support growth with a prospect. Farming is not about production only, ladies and gentlemen. It's a matter of cohesion, of course, food sufficiency, and also environmental protection. All these reasons, resilience, sustainability, and at the end of the day, the future of the primary sector, as a matter of national prospects for the country. The government is fully aware of the timing and of its responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, in politics, there are times when ruptures take place. There are turning points that call for consistency. Today, we have opted for adopting a two-pronged approach, step-by-step plan with a sense of responsibility and respect for producers. Tomorrow's farming will not be an outcome due to chance. It will be an outcome that will be derived from an approach that has a vision and a sense of meeting the needs of the agricultural sector. in promoting a specific plan geared towards the resilience and the sustainability of the agriculture sector. This is the great wager for today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Νομίζω ότι έχει τεθεί και από τους δύο υπουργούς.
Both ministers we heard from, Mr. Livanios and Mr. Tsiaras, raised a major issue for the Congress Day, namely drought and how Greek farmers can be relieved. In that respect, let me invite to the podium Ms. Rosa Gargalak, one of our keynote speakers, the CEO of New Republic SA. Good morning, distinguished ministers, deputy ministers, members of parliament, regional governor, president of COGECA, representatives of the local authorities, representatives of the agri-food sector, dear participants, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure and honor to have you here at the 11th GAIA Congress. GAIA has proven in practice a broader partnership of strategic partners, including New Republic, can turn a common vision on the digitization of the agricultural sector into a reality. In 2014, when GAIA EPICHEIREIN was established, digital transition was still a challenge. Our aim was to become a leading force in this transition. The challenge, this vision, became a reality. Today, in assessing the landmarks of this course, we are called upon to design the day after. And this is urgent, because the day after technology will not just be an instrument, a tool. It will be at the heart of all our activities, our decisions, and our strategies. From how we communicate with each other, how we work, how we produce, how we consume, how we protect the environment. The digital world is redefining everything. AI, big data, satellite technologies, the Internet of Things, and the smart decision-making platforms are not just scenarios about the future. They are the new reality which affects us all. Even the most traditional economic sector, namely agriculture. Most of us here today have used some sort of AI tool. Some call such applications by a name. A friend of mine says, I'm talking to Maria. New Republic invested in AI. More than 100,000 users who used the GAIA Sense application in a few months' time will be able to interact with it. It will be AI-based. They will be talking to their own Maria. So GAIA Sense changes our perception of agricultural work day by day, and those who trust its potential can have tangible results in increased yield, better product quality, and more certainty about their decisions. GAIA Sense is not just a useful digital tool, becomes a main component of decision-making. It becomes an accessible way in which farmers can make their own strategy. How did that revolution begin? The first seed sprouted in New Republic in 2012. Following innumerable hours of research, the first telemetric station called Geatron was established in the vicinity of Thessaloniki, in Chalkidiki, and awarded olive grove. We had 3 more stations in 2016 in Veria, peach trees, in Prespes, beans, and in Corinth, table grape. That was when the first advice was given to a farmer based on measurements sent by the stations from the field related to fertilization. This is how the first steps were made. The course was hard, but we had to be brave enough to take it. In 2016, when smart farming was television, we dared create the first independent development field combining electronics, agronomy, and engineering. That was when the second version of GAIA was born, a pioneering agrometeorological station that could collect and process data from the field and the air. That was the first technological leap. In 2020, we took a more substantial step, the third generation of data, atmosphere, soil, leaves, and forest analysis. That was the first time we used AI and machine learning. So the station became a system of knowledge. In 2023, on its 20th anniversary, New Republic created the GAIA Hub, an innovation hub hosting the fully automated electronic sensor production line. It was the second great leap from concept to industrial implementation. Today, mature for the day to come. We're announcing our next project for 2026. Wireless sensors, autonomous energy-wise, minimum consumption, minimum maintenance needs, capable of remotely operating irrigation and focusing on autonomous, responsible agriculture. Our applications are not just based on observation or technology or experience. It's based on our capacity to collect, analyze, and use data in almost real time. Our ability to predict rather than react, to produce more with less resources and with respect for the environment. Transition to the digital age is no longer a challenge, it is a reality. The question is not whether we will embrace it. The question is on what terms will this transition take place. As the Minister mentioned earlier, it is important to consider who will benefit from this transition, whether this will be the whole of the agricultural community, or whether this unavoidable transition will give rise to more inequality between holders. Our country was among the first ones in Europe to answer this question. Over the past year, we have had a flagship project in Greece for the digitization of the agricultural sector under the framework of the digital transformation of agriculture. This is an emblematic attempt to connect technology, scientific knowledge, and farming practices in view of developing a nationwide production model. Our major contribution to this, New Republic's contribution, can only make us proud. The installation of the necessary infrastructure in the Greek countryside will be a digitization leap for Greek agriculture. But no matter how important a project is, it is never enough. Digital transformation is not a project, it is a strategy that incorporates the benefits of digital transition in practices, in the climate, in the environment, in our communities. At the end of the day, we're creating the necessary infrastructure in the modern digital world through collecting diverse data. But the challenge today is not just collecting data, it's about leveraging them, utilizing them, diffusing them in a way that will bring about true added value for producers, agronomists, scientists, the state requirement is a modern regulatory framework at the national and European level. Digital transformation and microsatellites represent a major challenge for all of us, particularly for public administration. The contractor that will be in charge of the operation of this model will be faced with a great responsibility. In addition to the maintenance of subsystems and infrastructure, we also need an operation model that will be centrally supervised and guided with the involvement of stakeholders, both technical experts and scientists. We need critical structures in administration in order to improve flexibility and adaptability to an ever-changing environment and meet modern technological and managerial requirements, overcoming rigidities of the past. We need changes that will boost sustainability of such major projects. If you follow current affairs, the need for such changes may sound a sci-fi scenario. Or is it perhaps where the solution lies? Ladies and gentlemen, digitization is not just a technical challenge. It is a rapid social and economic transition to the day after. We can create a new production model that will protect the environment and enhance our farmers' competitiveness. The GAIA Congress is a forum par excellence for us to share concerns and considerations, a forum in which to share common visions about Greek farming, smart farming with respect for human beings and the natural environment, a farming that creates innovation and human value. We need to serve this vision more than ever in the past. Reality is not just about transition, it is rather about transcendence on the part of all of us. I wish the best of success to the Congress.
Ευχαριστούμε θερμά την κυρία Ρόζα Γαργαλάκου για την τοποθέτηση.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rosa Gargalakou, for your presentation. And I'd like to call to the floor the representative of one of the most dynamic, potentially the most dynamic cooperative organization, Mr. Leonard Nielsen, president of COGECA, who has done us the honor of being with us today. COGECA supports our Congress every year. Please, would you come to the podium for a brief address?
Thank you very much for the warm welcoming. Dear President of GAIA EPICHEIREN, excuse me for not being a linguist, but I tried to do my best. I saw the minister left, but I want to also greet the Greek ministers, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is for sure a profound honor and a pleasure to stand in front of you here today. At this significant 11th GAIA Congress on the development of Greek agriculture and about co-ops in CAP, the Common Agricultural Policy. I am Leonard Nilsson. I am a farmer from Sweden. At home, we have a mixed farm with beef cattle. We are raising and breeding Charolais. We are growing wheat, malting barley, and oilseeds, and also a lot of forage and feed for our cattle. I have been active in a Swedish cooperative agri-movement for a lot of years. I started in the slaughtery cooperatives. Now I am president for a small grain and supply cooperative that is part of the bigger Lantmännen. In Sweden, we have had a long tradition of cooperation between cooperatives. That has led us to a lot of mergers. So this type of local small cooperatives that I'm inside is not so common anymore. Most of the cooperatives work on a national base. I have had the luck to be active in the Federation of Swedish Farmers and Cooperatives for a lot of years, and the last 6 years I've been active on the Brussels arena. And the last 1.5 years, have the pleasure to be president for COSECA. It's also a true, it's a really good to work also together with inside the team in COSECA, and I'm very thankful that we has been able to borrow Ms. Elit Sifuru as General Secretary for us. Yes, this year, 2025 has been designated as the United Nations International Year of Cooperatives. And then it's special resonant to be here today as president of COSECA, as president of the United Agri-Cooperatives in Europe. I do really appreciate the strong and deliberate force this event takes place and to show the immense powers of cooperation. Our cooperatives are essential structure that empower us farmers to be strong on the market, strong on the food chain, but also to contribute to a more resilient agriculture and more competitive agriculture. I think by enabling collective market access and to optimize the resource utilization that we do through our cooperatives, we are much more competitive in our sector. And in the value chain, we heard our commissioner talk about strengthening farmers in the value chain. I am very glad that he also recognized the cooperative's role in this. I think more people need to know how strong the cooperative movement are. We have all the arguments for how this strengthen both the farmers in the value chain, but also how that build a more resilient and sustainable society. So it's really good to be in working for cooperatives and so. I say that by working together, I think we can in cooperatives, because then we don't have this quarterly demand to present economical results. We can much more invest in innovation, in market access, and to work against the common sustainable goals. And in this respect, we at COSECA deeply value the vital role played by your member organization, by GAIA's mission and tireless effort to serve as a prime example of a truly forward-thinking alliance, perfectly positioned for tackling the great challenge of our time and defending the interest of farmers and cooperatives robustly, both here at national level, but also at the European stage. And I truly like to work together in the European way and how you are contributing to our work. I think your innovative vision, bringing together the foundational strength of agricultural cooperatives with cutting-edge data experience, but also the strategic support of the banking sector. That represents a powerful and necessary synergy. We have not merely observed the digital evolution that's sweeping across our sector. You are actively directing the implementation with purpose and precision for the benefit of Greek producers. This commitment to innovation, seamless coupled with your robust support for the cooperative model and your influential European representation, demonstrates and positions Greek agriculture in a European world, and strengthen also your possibility to meet future challenges with climate, future challenges with security, and all that is now affecting the farm sector. We at COGECA recognize and rely on the vital role of GAIA within our European structure, and we're profoundly grateful for the significant expertise, invaluable insights, and unwavering commitment that your experts leave to the EU level. A few words about the challenge we now see in the European farming sector and for the cooperatives. I have never seen so many geopolitical tensions that we do today. The leadership of COPA and COGECA, we was over to the US a little bit to see what's happening with the new Trump administration. That was a few weeks before April 2nd when Trump presented his tariffs. I must say I'm more worried after being over there. But one thing was very important also to see. Our colleagues, the farmers in the US, are also worried, and they want to keep to the historical tradition of trade and cooperation between farmers all over the world. That was very good to hear. But there are a lot of happening. It's not only the trade wars, it's the real wars we have very close to us in Ukraine, but also in the Middle East. And we as farmers and cooperatives are affected of all this. We should not also mention what happened in the Far East. China is more and more aggressive now and try to take a place when the US are a little bit struggling where they are going, and they are also quite tough in the trade negotiation. But for me, I think we have all the possibilities, because this means that Europe needs to work more on strengthening the resilience and the security. And one of the main parts of the security issues is food. Food, it's also energy, and it's territorial security. I think we can play a role in all of those three. But there are also policy challenges, because this, what I said about security, I think that should play in our hands from the politician. And that does so in the wording. We have Commissioner Hansen well mentioned the vision of agriculture. I think it's a really good vision. It's even so good that we could have wrote it ourselves. But now it's time not only for words, it's also time for actions. And one of the first things where the new Commission can show action is in the CAP budget. But as mentioned of your CEO, they have thoughts in different ways. They don't say directly, they even say opposite. They say they want to strengthen the farmers still, but the thoughts about a single fund threatens our long-time possibilities to act on the market. Because even if it's in the first time of a single fund, this first mandate period, they could ring-fence the CAP and so on. But over the time, it's very easy to continue what the former Commission did. The former Commission demanded more for farmers, but paid less. So I think it's very important now that we farmers stand up for a dedicated and strong budget. If there is no budget, there will be no strong cap, and with no strong cap, there will not be any belief in the future for the farmers. There will be no generational renewals, and in the end, that will mean less security and resilience for Europe. But as also your CEO mentioned, there are some actions also, not only words from the Commissioner, and the simplification package was very much welcome. I think that's a first step of simplifying the everyday matter for us as farmers and cooperatives. And I also see a good intention for strengthen, and we also heard Commissioner Hansen talk about the cooperatives' role, as I was into earlier. Allow me to conclude by saying that cooperatives are not merely important. They are fundamental structures that truly empower European, Greece, Sweden, all European countries. It empowers our farmers, us farmers, to navigate within these profound complexities, all the geopolitical tensions that are today, all the struggles we see on the market with very strong retail companies, the problem we already see with climate change and other nature disasters. As Hansen said, I really with you when you have been hit by several things. I heard on Swedish news this morning that you also got an earthquake in beside Crete. I hope there was no bigger damage and that you were. But without the cooperatives, I think it's very hard to combat all this challenge. And if we shall have a resilient future and a strong rural Europe, I think it's in us that the cooperative, that we work together. Working together allow us collectively to remain competitive, sustainable, and resilient. Let me end with some word of the founder of the cooperative movement in Germany. What one cannot do alone, many can. May this collaborative spirit guide our European rural cooperations in defending and building the future together, ensuring prosperity and sustainable for generations to come. Thank you.
Θέλω να ευχαριστήσω και εγώ θερμά.
So I would like to warmly thank Mr. Lennart Nielsen for his very interesting speech. I think that he put forward two key issues that greatly affect Greek farmers to a very great extent with regard to agricultural production. These are potentially issues with which they potentially were not greatly affected by, but nevertheless, nowadays, agricultural production is largely affected by geopolitical developments, and Mr. Nielsen also mentioned that food safety potentially nowadays can be equal to border security, because without security in the food chain and in one cannot feel safe. We see what's happening around the world. We see wars. We see also aggressive actions taken by large markets that want to control the game. And also the second issue that we need to think about is the power of the cooperatives. What he mentioned at the end, that what one cannot do alone, people can do when they join together. So, at this point, I would like to thank our sponsors, New Republic, as was said, the Bank of Piraeus, Syngenta, BASF, TIV Austria. And we shall now have a brief break of half an hour and then continue with the next session and debate. You will be playing a very active role in the debates to follow and discussions, and we'll have live voting also so that you can also provide your own answers to the matters at hand. Thank you.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to resume with our first thematic session that is going to discuss CAP today and tomorrow, challenges and opportunities. So let me ask our panelists to join me here on the podium. We have with us this afternoon Mr. Theophanis Papas, an MP with the New Democracy Party, Mr. Pavlos Geroulanos, an MP with PASOK, and Mr. Vasilis Kokalis from Syriza. Mr. Kouvelas, a New Democracy MP for Thessaloniki, is also here with us in the meeting room.
Το συνέδριο μας φέτος διεξάγεται σε μια ιδιαίτερη και πολύ ανησυχητική συγκυρία για τον
We do have some things to worry about, as Mr. Tsichitas was explaining last week regarding the way common agricultural policy is going to evolve. The issue of having everything being disbursed with a single fund was something worrying for several farmers, because they think that this is going to entail payment cuts. And some people go as far as to say that the common agricultural policy is going to be taken apart. This is going to be a very interactive session. You are about to see the QR code on the screen here. So our question to you is whether you think that the change in structure of the CAP together with a single fund are going to provide more flexibility, are going to do away with the CAP, or are going to take away funding for EU farmers. The QR code will be on the screen for 40 seconds starting now. Our panelists don't need to scan the QR code. They will be able to answer directly. We just want the people's views to come afterwards. So let's hear you first. Mr. Papas, what do you make of last week's developments? Let me start by truly congratulating Congress for their efforts to provide an input to Greek agriculture. My first hat was that of a vice-regional governor, and several of our efforts back then have materialized. Coming to your question, undoubtedly, having a single fund may be more flexible, and maybe in this way we will be quicker to respond to crises. But given the number of crises that we keep having, this is something to consider. On the other hand, the CAP has a unique social and territorial character. It has specific targets, such as food safety and the environment, as well as the sustainability of the countryside, and this is something that the European Union needs to think long and hard about. because another huge problem for Europe and the Western world is that of demographics. So it is not going to be enough to just pay out allowances. We have to give the people of the countryside the possibility to earn their living in a decent way where they are. Of course, CAP budgets must not be reduced. And I was really happy to listen to what the Commissioner had to say, because the Commissioner is knowledgeable about farmers, actual farmers and stock farmers, because you know those doing the planning of CAP are many times located far away from our holdings, so they don't really know whether what they say meets current reality. Indeed, following up from the Commissioner's message, right, we need to be rationalistic, and we have to have guidelines that will be actionable. Indeed, the Commissioner said that an Austrian farmer with a Greek island farmer are two different things. Much more so, the situation is not the same between two Greek islands. Mr. Geroulanos, over to you. Right. Europe is now a totally different thing compared to Europe at the onset. The EU is now saying that they want to invest in energy. They want this passionately, they say. Today they say that they wish to passionately invest in defense and security. For the EU to do this, they have to find a way to share out their available capital, and they need to save money. So they are now de-investing from what was going into the welfare state, agriculture, etc. And in this way, future is just passing by, and the European Union is just watching. Food production is an issue of safety, because all those that lost a war did lose it due to a shortage of food, not armaments. Having said that, we see that Europe is pro-North, not really pro-South. Europe absolutely supports industries that are based in the North, but when it comes to the South, well, they need to proceed with deductions. So they are for German automobiles, but when it comes to Greek farmers, then the current imports are okay. No one cares whether banned pesticides have been used or whether banned hormones have been used in the farming of animals that went into the animal products consumed. in the European Union. So we find ourselves obliged to compete against other farmers, but on an unequal footing. So the European Union makes a distinction among activities. They support Northern Europe industries, and they are weakening us. This is a huge competition issue, isn't it? And last year, during our conference in Kalamata, lots of farmers wanted to discuss eco-schemes, and they were saying that they were under pressure to comply at a time when there was and still is a plethora of imports, and these imports are not subject to audits regarding banned pesticides, etc. Indeed, this policy shift in the agri-food sector has the following problem too. Unfortunately, 6 years on, our government does not look really stressed about the agri-food sector. They have changed 5 agriculture ministers within 6 years. And we are now at a time when, internationally speaking, the need to have a Mediterranean diet is intensifying. Some months ago, someone placed a call in Kefalonia Fish Farms, my company. Of course, I'm not here to advertise my company, but let me just give you this example. So they called us and they said, you know, we want our products. I said, who are you? They said, we are the canteen of the University of Massachusetts. And we said, do you want fish instead of hamburgers and hot dogs? And the guy on the other end of the line said, that's a thing of the past. Totally. So they want organic produce, they want environment-friendly produce, they want correct labor relations, and they said, we did an internet search, so we found you. Do you know? I said, do you know that we're the most expensive of all? They said, we know, but we don't care. So listen, if the middle class in the US is in search of a healthy Mediterranean diet, in a few years from now, our land parcels won't be enough for this. The decision to abandon agriculture just because it is only 4% of the GDP, well, future prospects have never been better for our agriculture. However, agriculture corresponds to 10% of our population here in Greece, at a time when there is a huge potential for agriculture. Of course, you have to have a different kind of organization. So you're saying that these are huge stakes, absolutely, for Greece and for the EU as well. Over to you, Mr. Kokalis. Thank you for having me. I wish to thank GAIA Congress. This is indeed a very topical initiative because the landscape is changing. When it comes to the European Commission's intentions regarding a single common agricultural policy, well, I think this means that the European Commission has started shooting itself in the leg. Of course, this entails a drop in payments. Member states will need to drastically cut or do away with Pillar 2 altogether, where we have agri-environment growth measures that are a determining factor for the sustainability of our agricultural areas. Unfortunately, we will be left with Pillar 1 only, that of income support. And maybe we need to discuss Mercosur in that regard. The European Union will need to change its agricultural policy, and Greece too must change its agricultural policy. I don't think that there is any incentivizing that can be done in favor of cooperatives, because contract farming provides an equal incentive, and most farmers opt for contract farming. If we want to have agricultural cooperatives, we have to set aside special measures under rural development programs for the cooperatives, because it's not possible for a cooperative to compete against the turnover of PLCs, you see. So we have to have ad hoc measures under the rural development program for the cooperatives. In view of the new common agricultural policy, we will need to support our young farmers. The Greek government does not have any queries really as to why it is that the young farmers program did not do well. This means that either the criteria were very hard to comply with, or that they are not interested in working the land. You're absolutely right. Let me tell you about our last year's conference in Kalamata. The farmers told us, well, I can start working my land again, but I will not just need subsidies. I will also need the correct road network. I will need schools, hospitals, etc. So this is what agricultural policy should be about. And we must also need to start producing again. Unfortunately, people will need to stop flocking to the big city, which is what people used to do in the previous decades. We need to put a halt to this. We have the result from the voting of our audience. On this basis, 52.7% responding that a single fund will end up taking away agricultural payments. 20% feel that the common agricultural policy will be no more. It's now 53.3% for our first answer, and 26.7% think that this will enable the European Commission to have more flexibility. As I can understand from what you have already said and from what Mr. Nilsson has already explained, Europe is going to opt for defense, and Europe is going to take that money away from agriculture. What do you think, Mr. Papas? Well, this is our joint concern, regarding the single fund. Having said that, we all agree that the European Union needs flexibility, and the proof of that is the recent crises. Having said that, just a couple of more comments. In agriculture, our positions are pretty close. I don't think there is any partisanship here. I agree with Mr. Kokkalis regarding eco schemes, but right now I think there is no other profession being exercised right now in Greece with 50% less taxes. So it's high time we took this into account for contract farming too. Mr. Geroulanos is a business owner, which is excellent. I too, Mr. Geroulanos, produce enzymes for the cheese dairies. What we do is very important, and regarding young farmers, let me just say that I never thought that what we need is an increase in the young farmers figure in absolute terms. What we need is to actually have more actual young farmers. Unfortunately, we have not evaluated the ones that participated in the previous programs, and you know about that, Mr. Kokkalis, because you only get your national reserve for your first claim, for your first declaration. And if you excel this 5, 6, or 7 times, you don't get anything in return. And unfortunately, we see that people that are seniors get agricultural payments, and we also have less elderly people working large areas of farmland, but only receiving limited payments. And this brings me to the issue of payments for pasture land. This started off when the Syriza party was in government, and we have this problem even now. The actual stock farmers with actual stock farming holdings fare worse compared to someone who would just walk in and file their declaration and then just collect the money. So we need to come to an agreement in favor of a better future. I totally agree with Mr. Geroulanos, and I will say that agricultural exports from the primary and the secondary sector come from people who are university degree holders. So the distance between the farmer and the researcher is no longer an abysmal one. Regarding the new applications, what they provide is a tremendous speed in data traffic between farmers and researchers. Well, I don't think that your opinions are so far apart, and this is a first for me, I must say. Mr. Papas said that agriculture is Greece's national bet. Well, I think we are just warming up to get there. The question is whether one really believes in a national agricultural policy, and I don't think that our current government wishes to have an agricultural policy. They just take a look at the GDP rate and they say, well, that's not worth investing in. On the contrary, what we're looking at is our population. And the population, the agricultural population figure is much higher than the respective GDP rate. Why is it that we don't consider that the current government does actually have an agricultural policy? Because had it had an agricultural policy worthy of the name, they should be helping all farmers getting organized in order to bring their products to the markets where they are paid for. They should not be having Greek farmers competing against others that are cheaper than them. And it's a pity that we lose the highest paying markets because you know, companies went bankrupt in an effort to make it abroad, but now we have fish, wine, cheese, etc., that have already conquered the best restaurants in the world. That's number one. Number two, for someone to achieve agricultural growth, you have to have cooperation, partnership, systems, and follow-up actions. There is no cooperation. There are no partnerships. We did not even have serious consultations with regard to common agricultural policy. Whenever we have a New Democracy Party minister come in, the policy changes each and every time. We could be supporting Greek farmers, but the government is doing everything in reverse. This brings me to another issue, demographics. Demographics and desertification of the countryside are not the same thing, but they do share some common characteristics. This allowance was a counter-incentive in the following sense. The people thought that if you're paying me to have children, this means that this is something I don't want to do. Had we had incentivizing for infrastructure and for a different kind of lifestyle in the countryside, we would not have the countryside being depopulated. Just take a look at what is currently happening in Western Macedonia, in central Greece, in Thessaly, and in the Peloponnese. You can also take a look at the area of Evros. A major investment took place in the port of Alexandroupoli with no regional growth. As a result, the whole of northern Evros now resides in Alexandroupoli, and you can buy a house in northern Evros for 15,000 euros only. Who is buying those houses? Non-Greeks. So this is how our countryside is being depopulated. So why stick with agriculture, even if it's profitable, when you have to drive your child all the way to the Thessaloniki Children's Hospital. We need social programs for our countryside. You see?
I can't see any disagreement. Indeed, it is an issue. We need to think about attracting people to rural areas, but there's also the question of abandoning fields and the question of urbanization. Mr. Papas would like to comment, but Mr. Kokalis asked me earlier to present two tables. Before that, since Mr. Geroulanos is involved in fish farming and Thanos is also a farmer, well, we could be farmers, but none of us is a professional farmer. We need to touch upon the problems in the country, particularly in the cotton sector. Mr. Tsikitas, I can be a farmer, but a farmer cannot be a lawyer. We need to look at that in the long term, based on three pillars: organization, i.e. cooperatives, training and certification, not of the products, of the profession itself. It is the only profession that can be exercised by anyone. One might object to that, but I truly believe that agricultural policy should make a distinction, national agricultural policy should make a distinction between amateurs and professionals. The example you've just given is that of my parents. My father is a lawyer, my mother is a dentist, and they own our grandparents' farms. This is very typical of the Greek countryside. We are interested in attracting young farmers, but the farmers are still there thanks to pensioners, old-age pensioners, who return there. Mr. Kokalis, what is this table about? Could we have the first one, please? 10 days ago, and this is relevant to what we're discussing, the Monitoring Committee for the Strategic Plan for CAP 23-27 met. I saw this table. There are more measures. Direct payments, 4,274 million. This represents a 5-year period, from 23 to 27. 4 billion. Keep that figure. If you divide 4 billion by 5 for the 2 years, the next table, direct payments, you get 1,709 million for 23-24. 1,709. The sum was 5 billion, 4.2 for the entire period. I'm talking about 23 and 24. If you divide that by 5 and add the figure for the 2 years, you get 1 billion point 7. What was this amount absorbed? What was left unpaid? 185 million from direct payments, the basic support. Below, you can see the non-paid amounts for every measure. The total amount being 596 million. Will this money be lost? Probably not. Can it be transferred to the following years? I'll explain why this amount was unpaid. Because it's a matter of negotiation between the government and the European Commission, so that for it to be transferred to Measure 23. I don't think my calculations are wrong. A comment off mic. Mr. Tsikitas, you should speak in a mic. If I may, just a couple of comments, because the conclusions of the Congress should be correct. Mr. Geroulanos, agriculture does not represent 4% of the GDP. It creates added value through processing, manufacturing, transport, marketing. I think that this gives us something like 38% of the GDP. And one more correction. The disbursements for 2024 have not been completed yet. There are coupled payments for pulses and so on. 273. 350 million will be paid, Vasilis. You may be right about 150, but the rest will be paid. We all know what the equation is about. The Prime Minister said that 19 billion, as Mr. Tsiara said, well, he spoke of 19 billion. Since the amount is the same, how can you explain that farmers and livestock farmers were paid less? The National Strategic Plan is to blame. This is clear. Had a strategic plan under the new CAP. It may have included certain shortcomings. There's nothing wrong about making a mistake. What's wrong is not recognizing that. What was unfair? What were the problematic measures? Why did certain livestock farmers lost 2 out of 3 measures? And this is what explains the difference in terms of unpaid amounts. Well, the year is not over yet. More payments will be made. I would agree that 4% or any percentage of the GDP, I'm not trying to question your data here. We need to realize that €1 in agriculture multiplies itself more than in any other economic sector. This amount multiplies itself in a number of activities, thus enhancing the potential of the area. And since you spoke about demographics, I would agree with you, Mr. Geroulanos. I have 4 children. I come from a family with numerous children. To my eyes, this is a life attitude. I decided that I would live in the countryside. I would live in a village. I'm truly in favor of that. I think Europe should support its small communities, turn them into small centers with the help of necessary infrastructure. Our theme is about CAP. I've heard many farmers complain about a huge administrative burden. I'd like to ask you, we saw last week that the forthcoming CAP aside, we need to make sure that we simplify procedures in this current period, all this burden for farmers, not just administrative burden, this also reflects an economic burden in order to proceed to claim. Farmers need to pay for advisors, accountants, travel to cities, and so on. Every new CIP was marked by even more complicated procedures. Instead of having specific objectives like simplification or clarity, although we are doing well in terms of digital accessibility, right now the payments to farmers, large part of the payments, is spent on consultants supporting them. There are surveys that prove that. Or when it comes to eco schemes, I'm not sure whether the end result is what we desire. There's huge complexity. Our plans at the EU level appear to not have been based on the real production process. Have excellent wish lists, environmental protection, higher quality products, without really knowing how to achieve that and without real consultation with people on the ground, farmers and stock farmers who know what needs to change for a brighter future. I would also add the perspective of control. How do you verify that producer X indeed produces organically against producer Y who uses pesticides, for instance? Our services check those who do comply with every formal requirement. We check the same people all the time. And there is indeed a noticeable convergence. The Prime Minister spoke of the need to deal with two convergences. One, with the average European farmer, and the second one, regional convergence on the domestic level. There are huge disparities. There are huge differences. There are farmers, stock farmers or fish farmers, who make steps forward, but there are also cases of farmers who are not concerned about their yields or the quality of their products. You spoke of the old age pensioners earlier. We are doomed if our target for Greek agriculture is to attract old age pensioners. Those who return, no problem. What they do is great and we need them, but what we need to work on is young farmers who make a livelihood of the primary sector and wish to have high quality products higher incomes, higher yields, be competitive. Last but not least, we need to work collectively through collective schemes, since Greece is a country characterized by small holdings. No small farmer can achieve much on their own. We're in Central Macedonia, and here we know how to produce and how to export. For many years, we have opted for cooperatives. The area of Delta and Halastra is very well known for their rice cooperative. And when the embargo was introduced, peach exporters managed to cope thanks to their strong cooperatives, to their strong groups of farmers. We discussed about the geopolitical challenges that affect farmers as well. Mr. Geroulanos, I see you have plenty of notes. Do you need a question? This spirit of agreement on this panel is explained by the fact that I find it hard to believe that Mr. Papas is so close to the government. I agree with most of his points, but almost none of them are targets for the government. For an agricultural policy plan, we need to make sure that we have better prices, that we bring down cost, that we organize production better, that we secure funding for production, and last but not least, do that in a climate of security, relatively speaking. These are the 5 pillars of an agricultural policy. So, support for experts. I'm very much regret to say that most of the activities are carried out by the exporters themselves, not the government. Bringing down cost, energy communities, a different management of energy could bring down production cost. However, energy production is highly concentrated among 5 companies. The energy cost is a great tool for bringing down production cost. Groupings. I can't see any concern or any incentive for farmers' groupings in order to strengthen their negotiating power, be it exports or imports of inputs. There are some success stories, but they're very few. Funding. We entrusted the banks with all of our projects. An unsound banking system that cannot finance SMEs. They shut down their branches everywhere across Greece. The trust between the branch and the farmer was a key element for growth. We don't have that any longer. So banks, instead of helping, actually hinder rural development. Last but not least, security. Number 1 achievement for the Greek government would be, in order to safeguard the value of its products, would be to stop quote-unquote, a Hellenization of products. You have a government that doesn't work in order to increase the income, to bring down the cost, to ensure funding, to help farmers organize and take part in collective schemes, and does not protect the farmers' products because of an obsession of the government with centralization. It's been quite long since we last saw such obsessive concentration of power. This is not the way to go about it. If we don't have regional programs, we will not have regional policy. If we don't have regional policy, we will not have rural development. The more obsessed the government with control, the more failures will we have with our plans, and the more red tape will we have. In agriculture, in education, in health, this obsession with control, although we have the tools that permit us to reduce red tape, we are led to a bureaucratization of digitization. These policies do not foster rural development. Our population is aging. Many Greeks emigrate abroad. Who will the future farmer be? So we need a radical change in policy stemming from the decentralization of power. This is vital. There was a major difference between New Democracy and the opposition, the government's choice for the so-called executive state in order to control operations. We'll have some time, 7 or 8 minutes, for a couple of questions from the audience. Mr. Kokalis, you recently visited Brussels last week, and you spoke about the infamous Measure 23 that has to do with compensation. You spoke of it being unfair. What is unfair about it? The situation in the agricultural sector is very well known to farmers, stock farmers and fish farmers. 273 coupled payments, Christos, still leaves us with unpaid amounts, and I insist on that. The income support for 23 has been paid. 186 million, a second Measure 23. Why? Because of the National Strategic Plan. This is clear. I'm very sad to see no one trying to correct the mistakes. There were mistakes with ΕΠΙΧΕΙΡΕΙΝ, the paying agency. No one is willing to see the worst fears come true, but we can silence that. There were investigations in public agency. The public prosecutor considers them to be suspects. As I was saying to Mr. Tsiaras, there's no point in us discussing shortcomings of the past. Who is to blame for public money being wasted? Measure 23, when the government announced that, and I said that in Parliament, the right procedure, to my eyes, was for the government to send to all directorates for agricultural economy lists of damaged products. That was reasonable. But that never happened. We'll compensate for 7 or 10 products. Fine. What about the rest of the products? Almonds, a specific variety, not all of them. Same for peaches or chestnuts or cherries. Nobody explained to farmers why such and such product would be compensated for and others would not. Shouldn't this measure be a permanent one? 186 million from income support only. We made a proposal for a fund to be established in order to cope with the consequences of climate crisis. And we made that proposal in time. There are people seriously working in cooperatives. We tabled a bill on cooperatives last year. A bill of law that provides solutions to a number of issues and offers perspectives, new perspectives. New collaborative schemes, I'm not using the term cooperative intentionally. Mr. Avianakis stated in Thessaloniki that the livestock could be replaced for free. I was the first one to say that this is a positive measure, but I want to see it implemented. You know, out of the 2,500 stock farmers benefited from that measure, 20. Shouldn't I denounce that? I think I should. The measure was wrong. Only 20 farmers benefited. Why was the measure wrong? Because there was no serious work put in it. Indeed, this is a serious matter. I hope the new measure for PPR will not be based on the same criteria as that on the replacement of livestock during Daniel. So it's clear that farmers do not understand why they get what they get or why they don't get what they don't get. If the livestock is not replaced by the end of July, they lose their entitlements. This is a policy panel. Informally, I'd like to ask Mr. Papas, as a representative of the parliamentary majority, to give an answer. I took note of comments from Mr. Geroulanos and Mr. Kokkalis. This government provides for the permanent repayment of excise tax. This government brought down the cost of kilowatt hours for all farmers. Thanks to this government, exports in the primary sector are on the rise. Mr. Likourenzos, the governor of Elga, said that this government is the only one who paid their dues to Elga. 30 million they had to pay in contributions to Elga. This government paid 300 million in order to repay contributions that were never paid in previous years. So the only thing one is wrong about this government is that it has not taken action. Things speak for themselves. In the recovery fund, as you know, Mr. Kokkalis, groups of farmers and cooperatives participate, be it modernization or processing. I think, therefore, that there are specific incentives in place. The government, the state overall, wishes to promote collaborative schemes. And I'd like to ask the opposition to not deal with agriculture in a sterile spirit, but rather engage in consultations that will lead to agreements. there was no sterile opposition. We submitted proposals. Well, this panel proves that we're far from sterile opposition. Mr. Papas, I think you agreed with a lot of points made by Mr. Geroulanos and Mr. Kokkalis. Let me now open the floor to the audience. I have a mic. If you have questions, please introduce yourselves. No questions? One moment, if I may. This is, I'm seeing Mr. Likurentzos, and I want to be frank. He does provide solutions. He's a solution provider because he knows what he's talking about. Thank you to all of you.
Προφανώς, μην αποχωρήσετε, αρχίζει άμεσα η επόμενη θεματική μας.
Stay with us, the next panel will begin promptly.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, εκλεκτικοί καλεσμένοι.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests and dear friends, following the meeting from afar, my name is Mr. Christos Bokas. The organizers of the 11th GAIA Congress have done me the utmost honor of asking me to moderate the debate to follow. We shall be discussing digital transformation, new technologies and collaboration, the tools of the following day. And with the members of the panel that I will be presenting to you, we shall try and show if, how, and to what extent digital tools can enhance agricultural production and the performance of crops, and even more importantly, how they can help to save financial and environmental resources and water resources also. We heard previously that the management of water resources is a key issue, and we shall be discussing that. So I'd like to invite the panelists, starting with Mrs. Eli Tsiforu, Secretary General of COPA-COGECA. COGECA is a leading power in Europe in the agricultural sector, since it represents the interests of 23 million European farmers and 22,000 agricultural cooperatives. So welcome, Mrs. Tsiforu. The next panel is Mr. Andreas Likurentzos, the chair of ELGA, the Organization of Agricultural Insurance. He shall be talking about how ELGA will be tackling current challenges. Mr. Ioannis Mavroudis is the next member of the panel, Managing Director of New Republic SA, who shall be making an excellent presentation regarding the project run by his company for the digital transformation of the agriculture sector that I'm sure you will find very interesting indeed. And I'm sure that from what we see, we shall understand that Greece has both the private and the human resources required in order to play a leading role in technology and innovation. And then the two scientists that will be joining us are Dr. Athanasios Boptis, who is the chair of the Hellenic Association of Space Industry, and she'll talk about how his organization can help agricultural sector, and Mr. Vasilios Zorapas, who is the head of the Department of Hydrogeology and Hydrology at the Directorate of Water Resources and Geothermal Sources of the Hellenic Survey of Geology and Mineral Exploration. Before that, I would like for you to scan the barcode that is going to appear on the screen right now to help us with the survey that will follow. So please scan the barcode so that you can go to the relevant page and the question asked. The barcode will be here for about 45 seconds. And the question is whether the application of digital solutions in the agricultural sector will have a positive impact. And you can choose from 1 to 5 depending on the level of satisfaction. So if you choose 1, it means that you believe that digital tools have no positive impact on agricultural production, 2, minor effect, 3, medium effect, 4, quite a major effect, and 5, very major effect on agricultural production. So before we begin our discussion, I'd like to invite Mr. Mavroudis to come to the podium and make the presentation that I have just introduced. So, good afternoon, and I would like to welcome you all. It's a great pleasure to see you all here. Today we had the pleasure to hear from the Minister, potentially for the first time at an open event, the issue of digital transformation. I shall be making a presentation on that I have tried to make as brief as possible, mainly using images so that we can see what this is all about, what can offer farmers, what tools are available, so that our debate can follow. So let's look at this short video first. Let's watch this video. My father used to say that you have to listen to the earth, and I participate in smart agriculture because now using technology I can hear the earth more accurately. Digital era of agriculture is here. Relevant information on the website.
Πρόταση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης Next Generation EU.
Λοιπόν, όπως ακούσαμε...
So, as we heard in this video, we must realize that Greece is playing a pioneering role in Europe and in the world in this field because it is the first country to create a state organization regarding the collection of data from the field, which is combined with telemetric stations, UAVs, and very modern information systems and satellite images from all possible sources, and this in combination with the work of the microsatellites shown here that will potentially lead to the most integrated system for monitoring and collecting agro-meteorological data worldwide. So, the budget for this project is 27 million. There's also a condition of 50% that we are expecting to be activated in the next few months. The contractor is New Republic, and the work is run by the Ministry of Agricultural Development. What does it involve? So, 3,000 telemetric stations located all over Greece, distributed in a way that we shall see in the next slide. 50 data collection data high precision, which have been placed near plots, 50 drones flying over the plots in order to collect the relevant data, in order to create the algorithms to be used for advisory purposes, creating also some subsoil backgrounds. Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 satellite data images. Some have been purchased and they're of a higher resolution. That's a height of 1 meter from the field, showing precisely how the crop activity is developing in order to prepare relevant sprouting indicators so that the farmers know how things are changing in the field. All this information is also very interesting for the research community, using the 50 drones that will be providing data for plant protection. And this in collaboration with companies that are majoring in exports and have the major financial impact in Greece. Of course, this is also going to be available in a secure cloud system, and will be provided freely to farmers, research institutions, academic institutions, public organizations supervised by the Ministry of Agricultural Development and to the ministry itself. What is this telemetric station that I was talking about? Here we see an example from a field. So the main data is collected from the crops, solar radiation, speed and direction of the wind, temperature, humidity, a sensor for the actual crop, and soil sensors. All the relevant data is collected in the box at the bottom, and the information is sent to the cloud at 5-minute intervals, which is then collected in the G-Cloud, which is the main structure used here. So, how are the stations distributed all over Greece? We see here that in the most productive parts of the country, we have the larger number of stations for data collection. So the region of Central Macedonia has the largest number, 627, and then followed by Sicily, Peloponnese, Crete, and Eastern Macedonia, and Thrace. In this way, we cover 70% of the agricultural production of Greece. When the relevant criterion is put in place, we hope that with the additional stations to put in place, 100% of the agricultural production will be covered. And here we see some actual images of stations in the field from different parts of Greece. The images we get from the drone and the soil backgrounds, the satellite data, which is critically important, vitally important for the system, because it's a supervision from a fund that is used to calibrate the data and is extremely helpful. And here, in order to facilitate the debate also, we can see how this fleet of microsatellites, which is also financed by the Recovery and Resilience Fund, to which our company contributes by being a company which prepares the main infrastructure of the hub for the processing and distribution of the satellite data. So we shall be operating these microsatellites that will be collecting data under 5 headlines, 5 thematic areas. Thanasis will help me with this a bit later, but I believe that this will be the most up-to-date information we can get from the space right now. This information will also be hosted in governmental cloud and has to do with sustainable agriculture, security, water resources, natural disasters, and the environment. So here we have some experimental fields which are very important for developing the models, some images from these experimental feed, and the increased accuracy areas where these experimental fields are located in Greece and the zoning of the experimental plots in order to carry out the analysis and process the algorithms. And here, the initial image that the user will see when using DigiAgro. This is the initial image, and then you can access the various IT systems. This is a very complex system. As I said, you can use this portal, and there's a very up-to-date sub-user management system. And then we have the management and monitoring of agricultural holdings, advisory services, also the telesurveillance management system. All these systems will be working in conjunction in order to provide the relevant data to the users. So here we have the network monitoring subsystem. This is what we see when we enter the portal, all the stations, where they are located, all the lead and the information provided either through mail or uploaded to the producer's app. That's the area where the whole system is managed. The subsystem for the management and monitoring of the holding is something like the farmer's log, where they can include all their activities. Also a subsystem that is going to be of great use to agricultural advisors or consultants, because all the relevant activities will be stored in this subsystem. The agricultural advisory subsystem that will be fed through the previous system. All the information and advice given to farmers and all the activities undertaken as a result will be stored here. Also, a log for all the consultations that have been provided through the system and whether they were effective or not per crop and per region. The smart algorithm management subsystem. So these are the so-called models. Each model that is developed per crop, per region, can be modified through this subsystem, and in collaboration with the research institutions, the algorithm can evolve, which means that in this case it is very useful for academic centers and research centers to be able to provide their input. And the risk assessment and crop resilience subsystem, which is extremely useful for ELGA, Mr. Liborentzos, and up to date, because climate crisis here and natural disasters. So in this case, together with the satellite images, we can do risk management and risk assessment in order to be able to tackle any future phenomena of this kind. So storage of interpretation and imaging of data, showing the fields from above, the various indicators per crops, an application for smartphones, so the relevant information can be stored in the application in the field, so that the relevant IC systems receive the relevant feedback. This project has been met with great interest in Greece and outside Greece. We have been at various fora in Brussels, in other European countries, and we have presented this project. And as Mrs. Garalakou mentioned earlier, we are now at a stage where everybody is waiting to see what the results of the project will be and how this action can be expanded and used in other countries as a pilot project for the rest of the European Union. As it will show how digital transformation on a large scale can directly affect farmers. Thank you. So I was planning to begin with some timely issues, but the presentation by Mr. Mavroudis, I think, has given me the opportunity to actually enter into the heart of digital transformation and the topics at hand today. So starting with Mrs. Tsiforo, I'd like to ask you right away, what is the position of COPA-COGECA regarding digital transformation of agricultural production on all levels with regard to administrative burden, bureaucracy, and its effect for farmers in the field? Are digital tools something that European farmers view favorably? And is the European Commission actually taking steps towards enhancing digital tools? Well, first of all, do allow me to say how pleased and touched I am to be here with you today at this conference. This is a congress that has become an institution for the agricultural sector in Greece and worldwide, because there's always a range of guests from all over the EU. This is a congress that I am strongly attached to due to my previous role, both emotionally, intellectually, and I'd like to thank GAIA EPICHEIREIN and its shareholders for this stable presence each year, giving us the opportunity to talk about and debate issues affecting the agricultural sector in Greece and in Europe. I'd like to clearly say that, yes, for European farmers, digital transformation is a key priority. Why? Well, for a simple reason, because if we want to win the very critical, to achieve the very critical results we want with regards to agriculture vis-à-vis the climate, and help farmers reduce production costs, be more profitable, and raise productivity, and at the same time tackle the impact of climate change. We saw here in the presentation by Mr. Mavroudis how technology can help in risk management, for example, and at the same time reduce greenhouse gases. Well, how can this complex network of challenges be tackled without having specific tools? Well, one of these tools is digitalization. So this is a goal that COPA-COGECA for many years has identified as one of its key positions that it promotes vis-à-vis EU institutions. Generally speaking, I'd like to say, as European farmers and cooperatives, what we are seeking are solutions of this kind rather than regulations. You know that this has always been a key issue in the previous term. There was, we would say, an overabundance of regulatory provisions and quantitative goals, which were not simply recommended, but were imposed on farmers and led to an impasse. And people realized that this was not the way forward. So we need to look to such solutions in the future. What position are we currently at? Well, obviously, the digital revolution is taking place all over the European Union currently, and more farmers are using this type of digital solution in order to achieve the goals that I've mentioned. I believe that the main issue right now is to see how we shall be able to make these solutions available and accessible to all farmers in the EU, everyone, so that there is no one left behind. And I believe that the work carried out by New Republic in collaboration with its partners is actually indicative. It is a flagship project with regards to these goals, and there is not any other similar project of this kind, of this size in the EU right now, which is why we are all monitoring its application, because it is actually a structure that will be able to enable European farmers to use digital solutions in order to answer these complex challenges. Yes, this is definitely a tool available to any farmer in order for them to raise their productivity, but also it's a useful tool for the state, if I understand correctly, in order to collect useful data and map out their future policies. Yes, that is precisely the case. And that's where the word cooperation is key, because As you said very rightly, both farmers and the state has much to gain from such solutions. Why? Well, the answer is simple, because it enables them to map out specific targeted policies. Being able to collect data on a national or regional level provides much more clarity with regard to the current state of affairs and how this can be improved. Also, research institutions can evaluate such data and you put it to good use, which means that we can have a valuable public-private collaboration in this respect. And this is something else that the EU is looking at very carefully, which has to do with the distribution of data. That is how we can create a framework, and that is where the Data Act comes in. That is how contexts can be created for data sharing, where each party in their own capacity will have a clear framework of operation within the digital world, as well as a broader network, I'm sure, because I'm sure that the countries around the Mediterranean are facing common challenges. Yes, of course, this can be seen on a local, regional, or national level. Digitalization basically is a tool that enables many applications. This project that was presented here today and has been applied require, of course, heavily depends on data, and this is an issue that has to be regulated. At the same time, the agricultural world needs to be encouraged to move in this direction. They need to have the necessary knowledge and advice so that they are able to interpret the information that they acquire from these digital solutions. And that is where the CAP can play a catalytic role, because as part of the toolkit provided to farmers, digital tools are also included, and it is up to each party to see what priority they will give to these tools and how many resources they will allocate to their use, so that this option is made available to farmers. Something else that we always underline in COPA-COGECA when speaking about digital transformation is the role of cooperatives and collective schemes in this matter. When working within this field, one always has to work within a framework of trust. At the same time, those involved are given the opportunity to provide an innovative solution in this respect to a larger number of farmers, and thus it is an answer to how digital innovation can actually reach more farmers more quickly, since this is a solution that the agricultural world is sorely in need of. Yes, this is for sure that agriculture needs to follow these digital steps accurately. And, of course, as you said, the need for farmers to use digital tools. Now, Mr. Likourenzos, the digitalization of GAIA is an issue that is currently in progress. Has it been completed? And what impact will this have on farmers? How can the provided services to interested parties be improved? And how will their work change? And could, for example, damage assessment be carried out in this way remotely and effectively? First of all, let me thank you for doing me the honor to invite me to participate in this extremely interesting collaboration focusing on agriculture economy and agricultural society. I'd like to point out that although in Greece, which is a democratic country, we have a developed institutional representation of farmers, of the states, of scientific and professional bodies and businesses, we have nevertheless not yet put in place a process through which an institutionally organized dialogue could take place that would lead to specific conclusions that would be broadly accepted. In these 50 years of democracy, Greece has left behind the times when discussions led to a dead end and there was a blame game taking place. Now, technology means that data is irrefutable. We're all talking about the same figures, the same numbers, the same sizes, the same problems, which means that any other assessments or evaluations of political kind are no longer required. In these 50 years of democracy, when I was a student, I have always believed deeply that Greece should be able to debate and come to specific conclusions within the framework of a broader consensus, because that is what will lead us to be able to tackle the challenges of the future more effectively and surely. And that is an issue that has always concerned me and something that I will always fight for as part of the public dialogue. I think that the Greek political life and Greek society really need this. Now, with regard to digital transformation in particular, well, on the 26th of November of 2019, I took up office at ELGA. 11 days later, I was in the office of Mr. Pierakakis to work on precisely what you mentioned. ELGA, as I said to him then, could no longer be an organization that wouldn't go hand in hand with the current developments and because depend on the visits of veterinary services or agronomists to the field in order to assess damage, in order not to have a more objective assessment system, so that the relevant compensation can be calculated fairly and accurately. So a project of 2.8 million euros has been put in place that will be able to equip the relevant people carrying out the assessment so that they can go right to the stable or the field, collect the relevant documentation required, the images, the documents, whatever is needed for a scientific objective assessment of damage, and at the same time we need to be able to offer farmers the possibility through the use of technology remotely from their home to bypass current time-consuming processes where they need to go to various offices in order to submit the damage forms to assessors. Even more importantly, ELGA will be able to decide very quickly about the size of the damage and the extent, the relevant percentages, and even more importantly, we'll be able to save time. Right now, in order to record the finding regarding damage from earthquake or hail could take up to 6 or 9 months. And this only based on the hard work of the organization's employees, because we have all these relevant processes of visit, findings, the recording of the findings, rechecking in order to calculate the compensation. If there is possible to record all this in the field electronically, then all this relevant data could be fed to the general computers where experienced veterinary services and agronomists could make an assessment about the relevant data collected and what the relevant compensation could be for producers. And such a system would also help in speeding up relevant processes that start when the relevant declaration is made.
So then, do you know, Minister, when this system will be ready? Yes, I'll come to that in a minute. Let's hope that on May 20th, let's hope that this was the last time that we had to go to court. For 3 years now, there is this dispute among candidate contractors. This is why we don't yet have this information system. The procedures stipulated in the law must be complied with, and this is why our projects are delaying. Perhaps matters could be sped up before the courts, and maybe there should be different court possibilities for public contracts. And let's hope that the court ruling in question will be a final one, because this time the appeal was not brought against the contractor. It had to do with that contractor's subcontractors. The subject matter here is software, inter alia, and we think that maybe we will be ready in 12 months' time. So let's hope that we will be able to get hold of this tool that is so important. Well, this was supposed to be a project that would speed up the procedures, but it has become entangled in time-consuming processes. Let me just add the following point. This is my next question, actually. Okay, I will wait then. Can we now see the results of our QR voting? Here they are. This is what I was actually expecting. The overwhelming majority of our voters consider that digital solutions in agriculture is going to be very positive. That's 51.9%. That's very much. 29.9%. A lot. Regarding improvement in farmers' lives and regarding savings too, moderately 15.6%, just a little 2.6%. We will now listen to what Mr. Yves Madre, President of Farm Europe, had to say.
Chers collègues, je suis très heureux.
Dear colleagues, I'm glad to be able to join you in today's conference that takes place at a suitable point in time, because in 2025 Europe has an appointment to keep with itself in the case in point. Of course, we need to have security and safety, and this also means that we must be self-sufficient in food, and that we must walk away from fossil fuel. So in order to have achieved all that by 2050, our agricultural production will need to grow by 25%, and we need to have an increase by 13% until 2030. From mid-June to mid-July, the European Commission is going to table new proposals regarding water resist reliance to regarding water resilience. We have to be ambitious for our agriculture as well as for the whole of the European Union, be it transport, energy, chemistry, plastic, or foodstuffs. To be able to do this, we have to have massive scale investment, 62 billion for the years to come, according to the European Investment Bank. So we need to invest and do risk management as well. We have to have double performance investment. We have to deliver on precision agriculture, and we have the expertise for this, together with the rest of your colleagues from other member states and together with EU governments when it comes to the transition of Greek agriculture over to precision agriculture. Throughout Greece, data collection has to take place in a homogeneous way and in an innovative way, and this has to be the source of inspiration for all EU member countries and for the European Commission too. So I wish to congratulate you for everything that you have been doing over the year. This is what we need to draw inspiration from, and I think that this is going to decisively contribute to the new course that we have to follow. We have to have this dual performance agriculture, which will be good for the whole of the European Union. Thank you.
Προϋπολογισμός, επενδύσεις.
Budgeting, investing, precision, agriculture. These are only some of the points that Mr. Madre has just made. Over to you, Mr. Potsis. We've all seen our voting results. We know that our citizens are for digitization because it makes their lives easier. You're into satellite science, Mr. Potsis. So what's the potential for our farmers? What kind of information can we obtain? How exactly can it be utilized by our farmers, and how can our farmers improve their day-to-day work? Okay, thank you very much. Those are pretty numerous questions. I will try to briefly explain satellite technology and applications for you. We tend to think of Greece as a small country, and we know that Greek land parcels are small and they are being heavily affected by climate change. Farmers can find in us the support that they need. Agricultural production has to be monitored constantly by means of the neuropublic stations that have already been installed. These stations provide us with data every 5 to 6 hours, because every 5 to 6 hours a satellite is over Greece, and the satellite can obtain this corpus of real-time data. This is how precision agriculture is going to work based on its 1,000 or 3,000 stations, thanks to our constant monitoring. This means that the new sensors that will go up in space are very precise. We will be receiving one sample per half a meter of land. Our sensors can process the same parameters from space, and they will do this as accurately and precisely as a person would do on site. So we need to provide our farmers with this kind of information in a form that will be useful to them. So our farmers will not need to walk across the whole of their land in order to collect the data. Data and measurements will be translated into a series of actions that need to take place on the field, and this is how our farmers will be more productive in their day-to-day work. This is something that we will do. We are now in a position to implement all those technologies in Greece. Another thing that is just as important is to come to grips with climate change. Our farmers have to have precise meteorological data. They have to have them per minute and per 100 meters. They need to know what the weather conditions are going to be in the next minute. This is already underway. There are countries already implementing this, and you can understand how important it is for you to be able to predict what the weather conditions are going to be for you to protect your crop and to plan your next steps ahead. Okay, let me recap at this point. You promised us that in a few months from now, our farmers will have this app on their mobile, so they will know when they need to do the sowing, when they need to irrigate, and how much. So they will have this guide that they need, and this means that they will also be able to do savings. Yes, we will have this. Okay. Let me proceed with Mr. Zorapas. I will ask you about our water reserves later on. Let me discuss a Deloitte report according to which Greece spends the most of water from the whole of the EU per hectare of irrigated land. The new digital systems of smart agriculture, I wonder if they can ward off this problem. Let me start by thanking you for your invitation. Well, I think that we do rank among those EU countries with the greatest consumption of water. Obviously, this is normal for the European South due to climate conditions. These conditions keep on worsening, so we will keep on needing more irrigation water. However, Greece lags behind when it comes to infrastructure. Regarding water supply and irrigation too, this is where Greece has most of its losses. According to Elstat, Greece's statistics agency, we need 8 billion of cubic meters of irrigation water annually. So our networks, our irrigation piping is outdated. Indeed, so we have about 60% water losses due to this reason, and the reasons and losses are even greater when it comes to potable water supply due to piping problems once again. For water supply, we are now at 1.8 billion cubic meters. The way things are right now, the future looks bleak, at least from the short term to the mid-term. Certain rainfall models tend to repeat themselves every 12 to 15 years. But from the mid-term to the long term, the tendencies are towards smaller, shorter rainfall. The temperature keeps on increasing, so the time period during which we have to have irrigation becomes longer. Smart agriculture systems have to be a high priority, therefore. We can have savings if we keep on repairing or maintaining and replacing our piping network, and at a certain point of time we will need to start using processed sewage water, and in this way we will be able to cut down from 8 billion of cubic waters for irrigation to 4 billion of cubic meters for irrigation. Back to Mr. Mavroudis. Do you have any data regarding your smart agriculture systems? What does this mean for the yield of a farmer who owns such a system? What you have just described is in operation. It's called GAIA Sense. And we are going to have the same thing provided through the central platform as soon as the collection of data is completed, the collection of on-site data. Right now, we do have project data being collected. It is just that this corpus of data has not yet become available to the farmers where the stations have been installed because of what Mr. Likouredzos has been explaining to us about the way that the Greek civil service works. Regarding smart infrastructure, this is something that we have been providing for the last 10 years. Regarding irrigation, fertilization, and plant protection, we can have savings of the order of up to 58%, depending on location, depending on the crop, too. What smart agriculture can do for you as a farmer is to tell you whether you are moving in the right direction or not. Already, we have improvements in agricultural produce quality. We have less pest damage, and this entails increased surplus value. And this is important for middlemen and traders too. We need to keep on feeding our smart agriculture with data thanks to the infamous AI. So the more precise our data is, the smarter our systems can get. I guess these are the economists of scale that are a possibility for our farmers. And the state sector can do far more if all of this data goes into a joint platform. It is clear that this is an agricultural policy tool meant to be used by a state. This country has never had an actual agricultural policy in place. We lack a future vision too. However, unless the data is there, there's no way for us to tell where exactly we want to be. Everything has become measurable by now, and we can give this information to farmers and to researchers as well in order for Greece to be able to grow in the correct way, not in a piecemeal fashion. This brings us to the second cycle of our discussion. I promised you that we were going to discuss current developments, and right now in Brussels, you know, they are discussing the revision of the multi-annual financial framework. This means a lot of concern for our farmers, and COJECA has already sent a letter to the Commission President, and therein they speak of a historic mistake. What does this mistake consist in, according to you? Indeed, you're right. We are very much worried, unfortunately. We don't have any good news. This letter was sent by Leonard Nilsson a few weeks ago, together with Massimiliano Gensanti. This was an open letter that was sent. We also requested a meeting with the Commission President, and we're looking forward to such a meeting. Well, you know, several times the European Union is deciding for EU citizens but does not take their opinion into account. Do we have that In the agriculture sector too, well, we could be talking about this for hours and hours on end. It is true that the European Commission is the institution to undertake the legislative initiative. We have the co-legislators co-legislating on the basis of consultations. We have the European Parliament and the European Council. The European Parliament represents EU citizens. The EU Council represents EU member states. Each time that we discuss the MFF, that is the European Union's 7-year financial planning, it's the EU's 7-year budget, and every time the common agricultural policy is discussed, because this is where 1/3 of the EU's budget goes to. The second large policy is the cohesion policy. The final amount of resources to be earmarked for the CAP is always a function of the possibilities the EU has at the time when the budget is discussed, and the common agricultural policy always needs to compete against the so-called new policies and new priorities, but each and every time the common agricultural policy is proving itself. So let me now tell you about our new priority, i.e. defense. According to Koba Kodzeka, obviously farming has to do with defense and security, because we always need to have food safety. We need to keep on waging this battle. We have already held some meetings with the European Commission. I think they understand, given the COVID-19 experience in the recent past. So that too is of assistance to us. Right now, there's an extra issue to deal with, and this goes beyond CAP resources. It has to do with the overall architecture of the budget. And the European Commission wants to totally change this architecture. They have put forward a proposal for the so-called single fund. This is a single pool where the different EU funds and the different EU policies will go into, but they are going to be cut. The current figure is 52 policies and funds. So following flexibility and simplification, each member country, on the basis of certain closed prerequisites, will be able to redistribute the amounts. Right now, we know about the architecture of the common agricultural policy, but we do not yet know where the common agricultural policy is going to stand exactly. So maybe Pillar 2 is going to go together with cohesion. This means that our ministers will have the possibility to say, well, I don't know, why should I be giving more money for agribusiness investment? Instead, I will choose to give this money to cohesion. So you see, unless we have clearly and exclusively earmarked funds, we will run huge risks here regarding the annual amounts that go to our farmers. We have huge amounts of vagueness. Together with our membership, we were on the street this week. We had the European Commission's decision-making going on. Well, we always choose to put a face on our protests. And we had this tower of cards from a deck of cards. But as soon as we pulled off the base, everything collapsed. We wanted to show what it means for autonomy to be lost. The competition commissioner left his office, came down on the street to discuss with us, but it is clear that we have to be told about the scenarios that are being discussed. So we will keep on waging this battle in and outside meeting rooms. I guess we don't have to have tractors again in our streets. The lady is saying that this is highly likely. Over to you, Mr. Likouredzos, about the new regulation regarding ELGA, the Greek agency for farming insurance.
What are the main lines? Will there be an overall increase in insurance premiums? Will there be special provisions for olive trees or olives, which are a national product? And what about voluntary or mandatory insurance? I was reading a very interesting article in the Kathimerini Daily. There was an interesting survey showing that by 2050, the loss of livestock and plant production will be 30%, and only a small part of this produce is insured. You described an unfavorable prospect, which is still haunting us as part of our reality. The first commitment of our administration when we took over in ELGA had to do with the survival of ELGA based on the current regulation. The outdated regulation and bylaws that cannot tackle modern needs has to be seen in parallel with the available resources for compensation. Based on 2024 data, the value of the insured produce and livestock in ELGA comes up to 9.5 billion. 212 million are the expected revenue. Some of it will not be collected, so we're talking about 190 million. The frost in March 2025 cannot be compensated for by ELGA. So before this debate, and this is why I was saying in the beginning of my presentation, we need to come to an agreement and an understanding in this country. We need to look at figures. Ideas like mandatory insurance or voluntary insurance or additional insurance or supplementary insurance or new damages or diseases that may be part of this regulation. It does not stem from what we desire or the farmers' wish for good news. You need to start with specific calculations as to the damages that will be covered and the cost. Let me give you an example of the mold we had to compensate for in 2023. The mildew. We did our maths and realized that we needed 140 million for 40% of the vineyard area, which it translates into 2.5% increase in the insurance premium for every producer in the country, not just wine growers. Now we're talking about rising it from 4.5 to 5. How could farmers afford to pay such a high premium? Is ELGA adequate? Can it play its role? Is the system correct? I attended a conference of the Association of Insurance Companies in Greece the other day, and I heard a Spanish representative say that for damages of 1 million stremas in Valencia, and they have a PPP there, the compensation paid was 45 million euros. For 1,200,000 stremas in Thessaly, ELGA only paid 300 million. If you add the farmers' support programs due to the inability to farm for 2 years because of the flooding, money paid from the ministry and under various projects for the replacement of livestock and the flood damages, it becomes clear that simply because there is a debate conducted in a spirit of goodwill, ELGA is not to blame, because the amounts discussed are unrealistic. And this is why we need all these IT systems that will support agricultural production. We're faced with the huge challenge of climate crisis. And we need to provide compensation in areas that are not provided for in the regulations. The EU bureaucracy cannot restrict the decision-making power of the political instruments of the European Union. It is the leaders, the commissioners, that will make decisions. This is a hard debate, but has to be carried out. In Greece, we have state support provided for in a law passed in 2021, compensation for fires, equipment, machinery, and so on. I've worked for ELGA for 5 years, and I've come to the conclusion that we need to adopt a different mechanism. The existing instruments for compensations or payments or subsidies have to come under a single umbrella. We need to look at state support, state aid, the de minimis programs, the ad hoc programs. Thessaly, for instance, is an ad hoc program. And for ELGA only, this amounts to 310 million. So this landscape does not fit in a debate that comes from the past. We need to look forward, both nationally and on a European level. The political leaderships of the Ministry for Agricultural Development in recent years have led to a partnership of the Mediterranean countries. This is an excellent initiative indeed. It has given fruit already, although a lot more needs to be done. In an environment, as the previous speakers pointed out, in which we need to realize that every drop of water we waste is just as valuable as a drop of gold. This is the reality of our times. I'm not going to describe it as a nightmare, but I insist that we need to be on the alert. We need to be vigilant for the future. And this is the perspective from which we need to look at the future of ELGA and any program intended to support farmers at a time when production costs skyrockets. Food security is challenged. So we're living in very hard times and critical decisions lie ahead. You didn't give any news about the new regulation, although you perfectly outlined the orientations. Would you be willing to include incentives for farmers that will opt for using smart agriculture systems? Systems that contribute a lot to savings and prevent diseases. In other words, they save ELGA compensations. Will there be favorable premiums for that? I can't answer about the law. Initiatives lie in the remit of the government. I'm just the chairman of ELGA. I understand your intention. We have some outlines about the proposals. You mentioned the ideas that are on the table. So the farmers can opt for additional insurance. There are already incentives for farmers to leverage technology. The hail protection measures are funded by measure 5.1, but there are some challenges here. Increased bureaucracy that makes it hard for farmers to implement the programs, and a wrong mindset on the part of farmers. They do not implement the projects that were approved. The Bank of Piraeus finances health protection installations following the approval by ELGA. These are very positive measures. They can improve production. There are incentives for farmers. We have plenty of instruments, and we will have more with the help of technology and the plans we have in mind. I heard someone say that Greece is a small country. I think, however, that farmers should believe, and young farmers aged 35 to 45 do believe, that farmers should function as entrepreneurs instead of thinking that the CAP will give them some money, or ELGA will support them, or the state will support them. In terms of hardship, the state is always there, but we need to realize that the available instruments should be used in a spirit of farming as entrepreneurship. Technology can help us a lot. And the state will have to put together an operation center. We have the Meteorological Applications Center in Thessaloniki. Its manager is here. We use it in order to respond to the consequences of hail. Under the burden of a climate crisis, agricultural production needs an operations center that will guide it in real time, something like the Civil Protection Center's headquarters of a sort. Exactly. Mr. Mavroudis, we're pressed for time. A very brief question to you. Do you believe that digital agriculture should be supported as a form of national infrastructure like the irrigation networks or the broadband networks? Should be supported by the state officially? It is supported already. This project is part of the recovery fund. I guess you mean more infrastructure. Let me just add to what the chairman was saying. An operations center is actually what we need to provide guidance, directions, instructions. We were expressly requested for that by the ministry. Such tools in any infrastructure project go hand in hand with the parallel action. Training of farmers in digital literacy is a different debate. Apps on farmers' cell phones will be very useful. There are parts of the country that have very poor connection. And this will be part of the national agricultural policy, the center we're talking about, the body that will run it, who will monitor the entire network, who will contribute to it. I don't think that any single body can use this national infrastructure, maintain it, and leverage it 100%. We need a partnership among stakeholders in the agricultural sector. I personally think that this ambitious project without a private-public partnership will not prosper or fulfill its potential. Well, the private sector is here, since you're talking about PPP. Two questions in one, Mr. Portsis. Can we speak of a Greek satellite ecosystem? Do we have our own microsatellites? Number two, the information collected by farmers will be useful for their production and will also rebrand their products in a way, maybe through a special labeling on supermarket shelves. Lots of money is invested, many billion of euros. The EU project right now is 70 billion for space investments. The annual budget for the development of space technology worldwide is over 150 billion. So we have many countries investing in space for a number of reasons. Greece is currently implementing a 200 million euro worth program, launching our own microsatellites that are made in Greece. In 2 years' time, we will have the Greek satellite space system, rather. It will consist of 13 satellites equipped with state-of-the-art sensors, mapping capabilities, nighttime and daytime, at a very high precision. We have over 3,000 experts working in space technology in Greece. This is a fact. We have already achieved that. Now, the question is, how can we use this infrastructure, this technology, these human resources, these experts, how can you use them in practice? We are attempting to do that. A large part of this microsatellite network will be launched from a Greek hub with Greek scientists developing applications. Space is of dual use, obviously. It helps farmers be better informed and use land more efficiently. It's also a marketing product. The French did selective harvesting based on the use of satellite data. They don't harvest all the grapes from a specific parcel together. They conduct selective harvesting based on the satellite data available to them. Now, the wines that are produced from the first harvest bear a specific label and cost higher simply because the bottle has a label that reads this product was made with the use of selective harvesting based on satellite technology. So satellite technology is a useful tool for day-to-day work, and it's also a marketing tool that can be used in order to make more money for the small produce we have. Now, the $1 million question, Mr. Soropoulos. I know that Hermès established a network of 2,000 stations, the Hellenic Survey of Geology and Mineral Exploration, measuring underwater reserves in real time. If drought continues and if the consumption remains the same, how much time have we left? Reading a number of scenarios about the Athens Water Supply Company studying transfer of water from the Acheloos River to the reservoirs in Attica. Part of this network uses telemetry, but every quarter we take measurements from the level of drillings. Our organization is responsible under Directive 2060 for monitoring underground water. Other bodies are in charge of surface waters. We do the sampling, the analysis at our own laboratories. We interpret the results, and this data goes to the Ministry for the Environment and Energy, responsible for water management. And based on this data, the management plan is prepared. Now, for underground water, the question is that this is a resource that is harder to replenish than surface water. You have 100 millimeters of rain. What will go underground is 0 to 40 millimeter, like 20%. So underground water is harder to replenish, but it is protected from evaporation. It is protected from pollutants. So their quality is better, roughly speaking, for human consumption as drinking water. And this is a resource that needs to be protected because it will be our last resort. The problem with underground water and surface water partly begins when consumption is higher than the levels of replenishment. If you pump more than what you replenish, then you're in trouble. The level of drillings drops, salination phenomena are observed, the seawater moves towards the inland. There's a mix of seawater and fresh water, the result being that it cannot even be used for irrigation. Due to overpumping, we have drillings down to 400 meters in Argolida, in the Peloponnese, or in Thessaly in certain areas. This water is it cannot be used, and it will take 50 or 60 years for replenishment. Drought is a threat indeed everywhere. The reserves are declining. I estimate that the next 2 to 3 years will be critical for underground water. Right now, the Mornos Reservoir and the second main reservoir in Attica, water coming from Western Greece, is 650 million cubic meters. Daily consumption is over 1 million in Athens on average. So this quantity will last less than 2.5 years. From May 24 until now, rainfall replenished only 25% of annual consumption. So we're not on the right track, apparently. And we hope, as I was saying earlier, that this drought will not go on for long. Brackish water in certain springs in Kalamos is used in order to reinforce its reserves. But this only represents 20% of daily consumption needs in the capital. I'm sorry to be sharing unpleasant news. All of us, both farmers and citizens, need to exercise caution when using water. I'd like to thank all of you. We've run out of time, unfortunately. I hope you found this discussion interesting and you were helped in drawing interesting conclusions. So we'll have a break. Comments of Mike. My name is Athanasiou. Thank you, GAIA EPICHEIREIN, for this Congress. A couple of words about the Smart Agriculture project. I don't know if Mr. Mavroudis could answer this question. The project is fascinating, no doubt. But there's an issue about it. We heard that you're nearing completion. The commissioning will take something like 6 or 8 months. What will happen next? You have these excellent network of stations installed. You have employees running it. What will happen next? The beneficiary, the ministry, have they decided who's going to be the operator? Suppose the ministry designates a body in 1 year's time, employs staff and consultants. Will access be free? Because I have the sense that nothing is free any longer. Will farmers have access to this data for free? Data sharing, a wonderful idea. From experts to the production, to the field. Let's look at the following scenario. I'm a farmer. The pH or the cations belong to me. They are an asset for me. What does data sharing entail? How about confidentiality of data? Consulting and assistance is fine. But could you tell us what the cost was of this harvest rotation in France and who paid for it? Some of your questions were addressed to the political leadership of the ministry. Indeed, the project is nearing completion. That commissioning will take 10 or 11 months. And there's 1-year guarantee for the operation of this infrastructure. The implementing body, according to the contract, is the Ministry for Development. What remains to be seen is whether some directorate of the ministry will take the project over. Well, giving it to a public body is not the best idea. We need a private-public partnership for an efficient management, running the project day to day and responding to the challenges. Well, there's a very thin line in this partnership. The project was designed in such a way as to provide Greek farmers with free access, especially those hosting stations on their fields. As to pH and so on, and whether they couldn't be considered to be personal data of the farmer. Interoperability is based on anonymized data. The data on the interface between the systems, with the exception of critical data that are accessed by public organizations, are anonymized. So farmers do not share personal data as we know it. The European Data Act is being debated at the European Union. There's a huge debate about what personal data is. Farmers hosting telemetric stations on their fields have not been given access so far because we're waiting for the final decisions on the implementation of the GDPR. Technology is here to provide solutions, if I may add. We are using our new sensors and space systems in order to provide solutions. The market will develop the relevant applications for farmers to use new technologies. This entire cycle should generate income. What do I mean? The new technology I will use on my farm should improve my income. If it fails to do that, it should at least protect me and help me cope with imminent disasters. So the technology that we're using should provide advantages. When farmers stand to gain, their companies should take the initiative in order to close the cycle. Farmers should not look at technology as a free gift. They should they should view it as a tool that provides advantages if used. the state can introduce such technologies and help farmers adopt them more quickly. All of us should realize that we're using technology if we stand to gain. If not, there's no point in using it. Is our production small because our country is small and cannot compete with Spain? Okay, so we have to focus on producing better products or market them in such a way as to ensure more sales. Technology gives us the tools, and this technology is built in Greece by Greek engineers, Greek companies. So there is a two-sided advantage for the country. There's no such thing as a free meal, but what we have on offer should give additional advantages. I apologize for the delay. I'm certain that there are more questions, but I've taken time from our lunch break. Please be back at 4. We'll have a very interesting interview with the Minister for Migration and Asylum, Mr. Voridis.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So we are now in the afternoon session of today's meeting, and with us is the Minister of Migration and Asylum, Mr. Makis Voridis. Thank you very much for doing us the honor of being with us here this afternoon. So we were discussing an issue that is vital for Greek farmers, which is the lack of farm laborers, something which is a great hindrance for agricultural production. I'd like to remind you that at the beginning of each thematic session, you are in a position to be able to answer and vote for the topic at hand. So please scan this QR code with your smartphones, and you can do so even if you're watching online. The question in this session is whether the framework of stricter migration policy complies with the needs of the agricultural sector for farm laborers. And as soon as we have the result, we shall discuss your answer with the Minister. Until then, Minister, some general questions about migration. I was in London last week. I woke up one morning and I heard the British Prime Minister making declarations about the migration. For a Greek reporter, such an occasion actually is like a declaration of war. Anyway, he was talking about strict immigration policies like the ones that are now being announced around the world. But in the UK, actually, this may also have a political hue because of the increase in votes for Nigel Farage's political party. However, is the whole world turning towards a stricter migration policy? And if so, why right now? Why at this moment? Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. It's a great honor and pleasure for me to be here amongst you. Yes, things are changing indeed. Why? Because to a very extent, this change is driven by certain political experience. Well, what does that mean? It means that quite a long time ago, well, maybe not so long ago, but about 7 to 10 years ago, there was the general perception, which was widely shared, coming from the left, because the debate about migration has a very strong ideological, political dimension and is heavily loaded. From a different perspective, I would say that it also signifies a certain time of liberalism. So what was supported at the time was that, in actual fact, there's no point in trying to reduce migration flows. What should be done instead is to try and assimilate or incorporate migrants into your society. From a leftist point of view, the reasoning was that they are poor people, you need to be able to offer them a better future, we need to help them, there should be no borders, etc. From a different perspective, the other side argued that there's no point in doing so as well because we will need cheap laborers. So what is going to define who can come and who cannot will be the market. Others have said that this could be a solution to the demographic problem. Yes, but mainly by those who view the demographic problem and humans mainly as a productive force, we could say a productive unit, and thus they correlate the needs of production with migration and demographics. But this has at its heart a deep philosophical conflict between those who believe that human beings are, first of all, economical units defined by their economic incentives and will, and those who see human beings as something more complex. Those who see in every human being a cultural identity. They see human beings consisting of values, commodities, and elements that define their identity, not only linked to financial interests. So during this debate, and while these ideas prevailed, the main rationale was that there's no point in exercising border control. What's only necessary is a security check, and that's that. And that everything else would be regulated by the labor market. So what needed to be done in that case? There needed to be integration policies for migrants. Well, this whole idea collapsed in the end, basically because it did not take into account all the issues of identity and the need for the labor market to be regulated. And it collapsed horizontally, I think. Yes, well, I think it collapsed overall. It was an overall complete failure because people realized that integration policies, and let me give you an example. What integration policy can one apply in Berlin, for example, in Kreuzberg, when about 500,000 Turks are living in that region? 500,000 people are living there, coming from Turkey. They speak Turkish language. They have their own religion. There is intermarriage. They have their own shops. It's basically like having their own district, their own town. So they don't need to be integrated into anything to speak to anyone else or anything else. Their only contact with the German state is on an institutional level with the authorities. However, this whole community is isolated. They have their own products, their own shops. They remain within this enclosed community, which leaves no room for any effective migrant integration policy. And this has led to reactions and problems. It has started to bother and worry people, countries that have received such large numbers of migrants, and this, in the end, was reflected on a political level. For a very long time, those who defended those views basically did this. When the citizens raised concerns that had to do precisely with these matters, these people tried to say that they were being ideologically unfair, let's say. When you went to specific neighborhoods, and we're not talking usually about the upper bourgeoisie, we're talking about working class, let's say, who value their commodities much more, potentially, where public goods are much more highly valued. For example, in a school in a specific district, the classes accepted children from other countries, and very rightly so, who spoke a different language, came from a different country. And when teachers were teaching the children whose mother tongue was not the local language, the lessons were delayed, the other students were held back, as was expected, and the parents of the local population felt that the level of education their children was receiving was lacking compared to another classroom where there were no such students from other countries. And so they went to their local authorities, to their MP, and said, okay, we are facing this such and such a problem with our children. Or there was, let's say, a square in the middle of the village of the city that the local population was using, and suddenly in this square, children who had different customs, traditions, and habits started frequenting the area. They started interacting with the girls from the local population, and this created problems. And the locals went and talked to the police, to the public administration, to the mayor, to their MP, and told them what was happening. And instead of the people they talked to realizing that they needed to tackle this somehow, usually the answer coming from the leftist parties and from Social Democrats was that it's your problem because you're racists. You're xenophobics, you're not open to listening to new views, ideas, you're not tolerant enough. So basically, they christened, quote-unquote, these people xenophobes, racists, etc. They were people who came to express their problems as they experienced it in their daily life. And what did that lead to? Well, parties started emerging, which set at the heart of their policy these specific issues. And since the traditional political system was not institutionally prepared to deal with these issues, it was replaced by a different political system, as is the case in Italy. Well, we haven't seen this happen in Greece yet. Well, no, because we have the wisdom or the need. Choose whichever you wish. Greece, as a reception country, received huge numbers of migrants, and we came face-to-face with this problem very early on. We also had the laissez-passer policy of Syriza, as one MP mentioned. And of course, this led to Moria, to the situation in Romania, and the whole policy collapsed. And so this was no type of management to be practiced. Whereas the government of Mitsotakis made this a key element of their policy, saying that you cannot only practice integration policies or effective integration policies without effective guarding of the border, without pushbacks or returns, and an organized migration policy on all levels. Let's go now to the sector of agriculture. We heard you speaking in Parliament a few weeks ago. There are quite a lot of parliamentary journalists in the room, and some people were actually shocked by what they heard. You have a ministerial meeting next week where you're going to be announcing the new measures. And you mentioned the thought of a special bracelet, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, well, these were the mild measures. Okay, so if they were shocked by the mild measures, then I don't know what will happen with the stricter measures. Well, we consider the bracelet to be a mild measure, actually, but what we need to put at the heart of this discussion is this. Let me be a bit more descriptive so that you can understand what I'm talking about. Yes, give us some examples. So let's say a boat comes into the Greek territorial waters illegally, of course, not through the legal method of entry. This person is arrested by the authorities, the police, or the Coast Guard. And this person is taken to the public prosecutor. Well, not in actual fact, but in any case, this is considered a criminal offense because of illegal entry, and there is a legal provision that says that if this person seeks asylum, then there's no criminal procedure taken. And so 97% seek asylum as a result. 98%. which means that the public prosecutor is not involved. And do they have documents in hand? Well, no, 95% have no document. They have lost their documents during the trip, or they got wet, they got destroyed, the traffickers took them, etc. So basically what they do is they say, my name is this and I come from this country. So we have the first reception that needs to take place. Let me go to the previous step. We need to have effective border control and qualities of deterring illegal migrant through the Coast Guard and through the police. And every day, actually, our Coast Guard has to fight a huge battle to guard our borders, an immense battle. Every day, there's a clash with traffickers and arrests of traffickers. About 15% right now of prisoners in Greek prisons are traffickers. 15%, yes, indeed, of those held in Greek prisons. Because I want you to understand how hard the Coast Guard has to work, which is being actually vilified right now. It's all good and well for someone to sit in an office and read these nice legal documents and decisions of the European Court of Human Rights, and then say to the other person working in the sea who is being shot at by traffickers that, you know, this effort to deter the migrants shouldn't be too harsh. You need to be in line with all the regulations and rules, otherwise you'll be accused of putting people's lives at risk. The Coast Guard is making huge efforts to try and function in line with every single piece of law. But you need to keep in mind that people are working at sea and they're actually in real conflict with the traffickers. So people need to interpret the laws based on given facts and events also. And also we need to keep in mind that these boats have set off from somewhere, which of course makes this power of collaboration very important. Well, because we have effective safeguarding policy and collaboration with the Turkish Coast Guard, their collaboration is quite effective, the Greek and Turkish Coast Guard, which means that in the first 5 months we have had reduced migration flows about 30% compared to last year. So with regard to migration flows, there is a drop. If we also take into account an increase by 174% from Libya, nevertheless, in total, we have a reduced flow by 30%. So let me finish the story. This person has crossed the border, goes to the public prosecutor, applies for asylum. The person goes to the camp, and this asylum application needs to be decided on at first instance level. It is rejected or accepted. 55% are accepted, 45% are rejected, approximately. And then, of course, they have the right to apply for remedy. They do that. If they cannot pay for legal aid, we give them legal aid, we provide interpreters, and during that time, they stay at the camp. They apply for remedy, administrative appeal, and they go to the judge, where we have an appeal court judge and a 3-member jury. The judgment rejects their application and say that they are not they do not have the right to asylum, which means that they have right to protection for a certain period. Rather, those whose applications are accepted can have certain rights. They have the right to work and stay in the country at some point legally. Those who are illegal entrants, whose applications are rejected, well, we give them a paper, basically, and tell them that they need to leave the country within the next 25 days. Do they? Of course not. So, since we do not have an effective return policy, not only in Greece but all over Europe, the distinction between those who deserve a humanitarian protection and those who are illegal and need to be returned to their country is only a legal distinction, because at the end of the day, they all stay in the country. So this system is not effective, and you cannot have an effective migration policy if you do not have an effective returns policy. And that's what the Prime Minister is claiming today in the whole of Europe. That's why they want a new returns regulation. And because you said that people have been a bit shocked by what I said in Parliament, well, let me add this. What the return policy has to ensure, or one of the things it has to ensure, is that the person to be returned, this third-party national, must be in contact with the administration so that he can be returned, either through administrative detention, which is the least favorable measure, or through other measures that make sure that they can find this person when the returns process is ready, so that they can be returned to their country of origin by knowing where they live, or by paying a certain amount of money, or by wearing a bracelet, or by having to show up at the police station on a regular basis. Different measures that we have suggested. Basically, it's the Hellenic police, which is responsible for returns, that has to decide which of these measures is the most effective in order to be sure that when a person is ready to be returned, he or she is actually accessible, and they're not looking for them left and right in order to find them. Okay, so we're waiting for your bill of law to be announced on Tuesday. Yes, I hope the intergovernmental consultation will be concluded by then, and the bill of law will be announced on Wednesday. Otherwise, it'll have to come later. So let's look at the answer to our question, whether a strict migration policy actually complies with the needs of the agricultural sector for farm laborers. And we see that the results are more or less 50-50. Yes, says 53% that there can be a stricter migration policy and the farm labor hands need to be met, whereas 46.9% say no. What about your answer? Well, let me talk to those who say no. Yes, agrees with our policy, but no. That is the answer that is more interesting to discuss right now and to provide arguments against. I would have said precisely the opposite. This is often the subject of public debate. People say, since they're coming in any case, why don't we legalize everyone? Because we need laborers. Let's legalize everybody so that all people who enter Greece can work legally. You can, as you understand, such a policy would mean that the borders are open, please come. And how do you stop this? How do you choose which criteria, from which countries, on which condition? That brings us back to the original argument that this would only be defined by the labor market. So as long as there is work in any sector, these people can come in and find jobs. But what is the problem? First of all, this creates an excessive supply in the labor market. And if you don't have the proper policies for restricting this, then you will clearly lead wages through this type of unfair competition to zero, which is precisely the opposite from what our policy is attempting. We want the productivity increasing and the dividends to be shared between society, not between 5 or 10 business people or employers. So it is clear that what we need is to have an effective regulatory framework. And thirdly, and even more importantly, this also does not take into account how effective such an integration could be, so there is no social conflict. Some may say, okay, let's say we can't do it that way. On the other hand, how are we going to meet the needs of the agricultural sector? Yeah, well, I've read the surveys that say that We have 70 to 150,000 people needed to work in the agricultural sector annually. And we're not the only country in that position. We're in a country looking for laborers 12 months a year in tourism, construction, agriculture, etc. How can this be resolved? We have a strict migration policy. Yes, you're correct. First of all, this is a situation in the last 5 years, because before that, we had a very high rate of unemployment. So nobody was looking for anything, for any job, because the unemployment was as high as 20%. So, of course, this is all related to the very positive news that the Greek economy has become much bigger. Many jobs have been created, and this is not something that has fallen from heaven like manna, but it's a result of the governmental policy, which has led to these results. So this is a new challenge. Our measures are effective. The economy is doing well. Wages are increasing. There is an increased demand in various sectors, and obviously this has led to a need for additional workforce, which partially cannot be met by the local market. Particularly for farm laborers, it is absolutely clear that the domestic market cannot meet the need. I have a personal experience in this, because when I worked in the Agricultural Development Ministry, I can't remember who I was talking to this about, but we had tried to do the following. There was the issue of seasonal labor in some parts, also linked to tourism development. People went and worked there for 3, 4, 5 months in the tourism sector, and then they went on the unemployment benefit, which means that they didn't go and work on farms. And we asked ourselves why? Because they would lose the unemployment benefit. So when I was minister, we gave them the possibility to work on farms, but also receive the unemployment benefit. How many did that? Nobody. So that didn't work either. They wanted to just get the unemployment benefit and not work. So what is clear is that we need to bring people into work in agriculture. What have we done about this? We have 2 bilateral agreements, one with Egypt and one with Bangladesh. In our agreement with Egypt, we have a list of 5,000 people who are allowed to come here by invitation. The Egyptian side has given us this information, but this agreement didn't work. Only 173 people came. We understand that one of the reasons why this happened, this was an agreement that the Greek government had actually depended on. Yes, but it didn't work. One of the reasons, from what we understand, is that the Greek employers wanted to be able to check who came to work for them. In order to resolve this issue, we said that we would specify a counterpoint that would have to do with the selection of the laborers. We hadn't done so for a while. Now we have. It's the National Union of Agricultural Cooperatives. The Ministry of Agricultural Development suggested it. We agreed. We then conveyed this information to Egypt, and actually the Union of Agricultural Cooperatives appointed specific people. Mr. Yanakakis is the person who will actually make this selection of persons on behalf of Greece, which means that, from what I know, there is no longer this barrier, this obstacle. Now it remains to be seen whether actually this system will be effective and whether this reservation on behalf of the employers, well, I believe through the work done by the Union of Agricultural Cooperatives, these reservations can be overcome, and we will actually see people coming to Greece. That's one issue. But was that the only problem? These transnational agreements is one way to invite people over, but there's also the regular transfer process for seasonal workers and those coming with a work contract. So one issue has to do with the decentralized authorities. Some are faced with delays, some are not. But I don't think that that's the main issue. Why? We are going to do something about that. And I believe that there needs to be an IT system in place that will be able to check the relevant documentation more quickly. The platform is not able to do so. It cannot actually scan these documents, so actual people have to do that. But maybe by using up-to-date digital systems, we could speed up this process. Apart from the additional bureaucratic procedures involved, yes, and that's something that concerns me. Let's say we speed this up, but right now we also have applications for 12,000 invitations sent to India, which is sitting waiting there in the embassy, the consulate, and 1,200 in Egypt, which are also still at the consulate. They've been sent by the decentralized administration offices, but they haven't been further processed. And if we speed up the process, these 12,000 in India will go to 20,000, and the 1,200 in Egypt will go to 2,500. And if Mr. Giannakakis suddenly says we want an additional 500 people, then this figure will go even higher. So we need to find a way, basically, to facilitate this great burden workload at the Greek consulates. That is one side, speeding up the process in order to bring the people over. This is a part of the process that is great interest to us at the Migration Ministry because it has to do with a level of productivity. But there's one other issue as well. It's the fact that these people arriving in Greece must go to specific labor and work for as long as their residence permit allows. They cannot, for example, come and work for a Greek labor a farmer for a month, and then suddenly a month later they're in Berlin or in Brussels or somewhere else, basically taking advantage of the system of legal entry and to their own benefit. So, of course, this needs some level of control, yes, and that is the second part of the procedure. We need to ensure that certain conditions are in place so that we can control this.
Regarding employers, they have an increased set of obligations. They are subject to administrative fines, and if someone does not show up for work, they need to notify the authorities of this. I know the answer to my question. This is something that must be done on an administrative level. Have we ever punished one employer for not complying with this obligation? The answer is no. Why is this so? Because we don't control the employers. Why is this so? Because we don't have an effective employer control mechanism, and it's high time we built one, because the problem we're having with non-legal entries will be turned into legal entries accompanied by illegal stays, either here or elsewhere. Let me sum this up with two more questions. Do you have more votings to come? I just want to find out whether I'm convincing people or not. Are there specific countries that you aim for regarding those transnational agreements? And number two, regarding invitations and legal immigration, Yesterday evening, I was with Mr. Nilsson, and he said that they thought about increasing the basic salary for immigrants compared to domestic workers. That's rejected. I'll be brief. Okay, how about the countries that you're interested in? I know that there is lots of pressure right now for India. Negotiation is underway. Documents are coming back and fro, to and fro. We have Bangladesh, Egypt. Okay, let's bring in India too. But unless we solve our issues, it will all be to no avail, even if we have 500 transnational agreements. Let's say I do conclude an agreement with India, and I have 12,000 applications sitting on a desk in our consulate in India. And let's say that India can give me a list of 20,000 or 30,000 people, and let's say that Yanakakis goes once again to India, and he wants to bring those people over. So 12,000 plus 20,000, you end up with a backlog of 32,000. The issue is that of effective administrative management. This is the problem to be solved. The problem is not to have international political activism and to keep concluding agreements and still end up with no farm laborers. We are not short of transnational agreements. The problem to be solved, and of course, things need to be sped up in the decentralized administration offices, but what is critical for us is to solve the backlog point in the consulates. Maybe we have to use the legislative route, or instead of having the interviews take place in the consulates, perhaps we can have them online. So I will have my staff of 15 on 15 different screens conducting the interview. Let's hope you do that, because the interest is there, right? So if you tell me that we have about 30,000 people that are interested in coming over to work here in Greece, and there is also another thing, and this is a first for you. You know, I've never said this before. It is about the so-called temporary employment agencies. This is an EU thing. So it is actually those agencies recruiting these people in the first place, and they then sign a contract with the employers themselves. So instead of having Yanakakis travel to the foreign country and bring those people here, you can sign a contract with this temporary employment company or agency, and then the interested farmers will go to this company and say, I want a staff of 2 or a staff of 3. And they will be paying this agency instead. This thing can solve us several issues. For example, as we speak, the obligation to provide accommodation, to pay social security, etc., etc. lies with the farmer, but if this is something that does materialize, farmers will be able to pay that company instead. Of course, this procedure too can be abused in theory, so we have to have the necessary safeguards, and such a company must see to it that those farm laborers don't leave the country, etc., etc. So it is going to be incumbent on that company to make sure that we have all these results. Okay, that was a major scoop, I think, for us. Thank you very much, Minister.
Ακούγομαι, ωραία.
Can you all hear me? Please don't leave. We will only need a minute before we proceed with our next panel.
Είμαστε έτοιμοι. Λοιπόν, σας καλησπερίζω και εγώ. Είμαι ο Νίκος ο Γαργαλάκος,
Good evening. My name is Nikos Gargalakos. I'm the director of Ipethros Chora newspaper. In this panel, we will discuss economic fundamentals and resilience in the agricultural sector. Data, partnerships, prospects. We have a series of eminent panelists here for you. I will start with Mr. Tsiforos, who is scientific staff, and he will be discussing recent developments in Greek and European agriculture. He will do so in his very own special way. Our next panelist is Mr. Alexandrou, the General Director for Agricultural Banking. He will be discussing specialized financing tools for the enhancement of agricultural income. We also have with us Mr. Katsoulis, the SASOE president, someone who is inextricably linked to the cooperatives movement here in Greece. Mr. Dimitris Moschos is the Vice President of the Greek Stock Farming Association, and we know that the Greek stock farmers are having some rough times now. We also have with us Mr. Yiannopoulos. He is the General Director of the Association of Cooperatives of Thessaloniki, and he will tell us what a cooperative can do in order to provide value added for their product. Mr. Tsiforos will start off with a general survey including European Commission data and Eurostat data. So perhaps it's high time we started with our polling. So please scan this QR code. You will then be taken to the polling website. In your opinion, which should be the largest policy priority for Greece in order to cut down on production cost, strengthening production groups, strengthening the processing sector, or developing smart agriculture? This is a targeted question because increasing production costs bring pressure to bear on farming income. With no further ado, I will give Mr. Tsiforos the floor. You can, of course, keep on participating in the poll. Good evening. Let's hope you can hear me. That's great. I will be discussing this survey regarding recent developments in Greek and in European agriculture for the last 6 years. I will discuss domestic plant production, domestic animal production. I will discuss agricultural production in Greece and in the European Union. In the text, we have given you, there are detailed tables in the annex in the end, so you can see how well Greece has been doing with regard to plant production and animal production. We have 43 plant production products and 10 to 12 animal production products. You will thus be able to have a good overall impression. This is our domestic production, our domestic grains production. Here are our products, corn, durum, wheat, barley, etc. So this is our production volume for our cereal. The change is almost negative, with the exception of oats and rye. Compared to the 22-23 period, the drop is a more marked one. For 2024, we have 24.3%. With regard to rice production, decreased by 11% in 2023 and by 34% in 2024. Let us move on with the so-called industrial crops. Here we have some products such as oleaginous seeds that dropped in 2023 and 2024, especially sunflower, the dominant crop for Greece. Industrial tomato did well. For 2024, there's an increase for ginned cotton. This is the USDA estimate. For protein plants, there's a slight increase. For energy plants, there's a higher increase. For sugar beet, we had this increase with the 13,000 tons because this sector had pretty much collapsed. This is why we don't have any domestic production of sugar. Vegetables in 2023, this figure dropped by 14%, and there was an increase in production in 2024. There is improvement across the board, including fruit, grapes, and wine, despite the fact that grape production in 2024 was as high as in 2022 approximately. Wine production did not do well. We had a marginal change of 1.4%. There was a major increase in oil products, table olives, as well as in olive oil. And you see this when we speak about plant production. Let us now move to meat. In 2024, there's a marked drop for some products, such as pig meat and bovine meat, minus 11% and minus 9%, and for sheep and goat meat too. Broiler meat did well, and as most of you know, this is because its price is more attractive too. Regarding pig meat and bovine meat, Greece's imports skyrocketed, and unfortunately Greece's self-sufficiency here is 23% for pig meat and 22% for bovine meat. So you can understand what an important factor food safety and self-sufficiency are. Milk deliveries for cow's milk, we had a small improvement in 2024. We have a small drop in sheep milk. It's a more marked one for goat milk, and I will explain later on why this is so. Consumption milk, that is pasteurized cow's meat that you find on the market. Production kept on falling for 2 years. There's only a small positive difference for milk cream, cheese products, and feta cheese just a 0.8% difference. Let me dwell on feta cheese a little. In 2024, as you see, we had about 150,000 tons. Compared to 2023, the difference is a marginal one. Why is this so? Well, because there were less milk deliveries. And this was so because producer price for goat milk was 5% and 7% for sheep milk. This means that that production recipients, the dairy companies, that is, strangely reduced their producer prices when feta cheese exports increased by 11% in volume and 6.8% in value. This was a problem, and those doing media coverage for stock farming will remember how strongly stock farmers protested about the price drops for sheep and goat milk. That was indeed not justified. This brings me to the value of domestic plant production per 100 euros in million euros in stable prices. The overall drop is 12.3% in stable prices. In 2023, the EU inflation rate was higher than 12%. What is positive here is that in 2024, plant production value increased, and this is due to olive products, 2.3 billion euros, due to the increase in the price of olive oil that used to have an inflation of 40% in 2024, of a price increase, that is. And table olives too increased. So oil products and fruit give us about 53% of the value of Greece's plant production in fixed prices. The 2024 asterisk means that this is just provisional data. What you see is from March 2024. The last data release from Eurostat took place on May 20th, and these latest data show that domestic plant production increased in a more modest way. Let's go to the animal production value in fixed prices. We had a marked decrease in bovines and in pigs, as well as in some animal products, minus 0.4%, minus 0.9%. The total value increased in the total value dropped by 3% in 2024. 2023 was a better year for our animal production, which increased by 8%, but in 2024 we have this 3% drop. Let us now discuss the value of Greece's agricultural sector, i.e. plant production, animal production, secondary activities such as agrotourism and agricultural services. We see that in 2024 we are about at 13 billion euro. Compared to last year, we had an increase of 3.5%. This is positive when given that value went down by 7% approximately in 2023. For plant production, we have a higher value. For animal production, we have a lower value, and the average in the improvement of the value of the agricultural sector is about 3.5%, but this is just provisional data. I wish to reiterate this, and Eurostat's latest communication says that this 3.5% will drop further. This is all the way from 2019 to 2022. We have a constant increase in the value of the agricultural sector. In 2023, we have the first major decrease from 13.5 billion. We went to 12.5, so we lost about 1 billion euros, and in 2024 we have this increase by 3.5%, i.e. 13 billion compared to 13.5 billion in 2023.
Λίγο να το επιταχύνω.
Δεν αργώ, νομίζω 5 λεπτά. Εδώ έχουμε...
Some points about the domestic fundamentals in the two-year period 2023-2022. I'd like to highlight the higher cost of inputs, 18% for fertilizers and 4% for plant protection inputs. Animal feed, 47% of the cost of production. A decrease in gross value, minus 9.4%. The agricultural income, we had a marked decrease in 2023, 10.5%. A record negative for the decade, representing a loss of 730 million euros in fixed prices. There's a large proportion represented by subsidies, 37% approximately in Greece. The share of subsidies compared to the total income in 23 in the European Union, this is 26%, in Italy 16%, and in Spain 18%. Negative performance with regard to inflation compared to demand for food. Inflation rate rose in 2023 and remained at high levels. There is general uncertainty in the economy, including the agricultural sector, as a result of U.S. protectionism threats and still unknown rise in the tariff levels. We moved already from 2.5 to 10%. Now the issue is whether Trump will insist on bringing this up to 25%. What sectors will be affected? Greek exports to the U.S. rose 2.421 billion euro in 2024. Food and beverages represent the largest part of the value of U.S. exports, 30.6%. Olives, 214 million euro. Peach preserves, extra virgin olive oil, feta, cheese, vegetable preparations, pre-cooked, dishes, and so on. Several important sectors for the country's agriculture may find themselves at risk as a result of the U.S. competition threat. Developments were worse in the European Union compared to Greece. The value of the agricultural sector dropped by 7.6% in 2023 and by 4.5% in 2024. In fixed prices, the value of the agricultural sector has been going down for 2 years in a row. This had to do with both plant production and animal production. The graph represented a drop of the agricultural sector value in the European Union. Looking at agricultural figures, the gross added value fell significantly in 23 by 9% in real prices. Agricultural income dropped also by 9.1%. This is a negative record, 10-year negative low, record low, 16 billion loss for the European Union in agricultural income in 2023. Uncertainty persists, geopolitical tensions and protectionism on the part of the US persist. And based on the latest communication of the European banking sector experts in the Eurozone, growth rates are going down compared to 2020. In 24, the growth rate in the Eurozone was 0.8%, 0.9% in 2025, more or less the same. In 2026, there will be a slight increase of 1.2%. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you, Mr. Tsiforos, for giving us the full picture behind figures and numbers. I omitted to mention that we have with us Mr. Pavlonasios, the chairman of the Pan-Hellenic Young Farmers Association. I wasn't on purpose, Mr. Pavlonasios. The next speaker is Mr. Alkiviadis Alexandrou. He will present to us Piraeus Bank financing instruments in view of strengthening the position of farmers and cooperatives. Good evening from me, too. I'm the General Manager of Agricultural Banking with Piraeus Bank. Thank you very much to GAIA and Unicos personally for the invitation to participate in this panel. My presentation will discuss the question you rose. Mr. Tsiforos raised the bar and scared us. Loss of agricultural income in the EU, 16 billion euros in 1 year's time, 730 million in Greece. So I cannot promise that what you're about to hear will bring back this 700 million next year. I'll share with you, however, the perspective of Piraeus Bank. I'm not arguing that we have a magic wand. I will try not to tie you with banking jargon and how to understand products. If I asked you to answer this question, most of you would agree on one term: loans. Okay, loans are necessary, but what, how, and how can we manage without them? The strengthening of the agricultural income, the business income overall, can be the outcome of a number of instruments: increase of existing activity, supplementary, complementary, parallel activities, non-organic operations from other complementary businesses, loss of damage, risk avoidance, avoidance of losses. One of the things we consider when seeking ways to improve income over time rather than in the short run are investment loans. The long maturity from 5 to 15 years, addressed to producers, cooperatives and businesses. As I was saying earlier, they may be about strengthening the income of a business through an acquisition, a friendly acquisition of another target business. As for producers, increase in productivity, new machinery, irrigation, precision agriculture, to ensure a steadily rising income through the investment. The philosophy is more or less the same, a bit more complicated for businesses who are looking for openness, shielding against geopolitical crises, and when considering acquisition, we actually mean coexistence of affine businesses in existing or new markets. Working capital enables us to ensure that the cash flows over the year will be, the needs for cash flow will be met, sort of non-permanent, but rather more permanent working capital for a 3-year period with annual evaluation. And given that both parties are happy with this partnership, we have Agrokinisi, a product which is doing very well. We're interested in cooperatives and how they manage cost of operations, which quite often rises without the corresponding revenues. Another successful product has to do with national and EU projects in cooperation with the European Union and the Greek Development Bank. Following the COVID pandemic, the figures you will see have worked in an excellent fashion, as did the Recovery Fund. Subsidies, regular subsidies, 512 million from the national budget, and lots of green investment. So these products, the European Central Bank and the European Development Fund, shares the risk with Greek commercial banks and helps Greek farmers, thus leveraging the amounts allocated to improving income. Recently, we established an excellence center in Piraeus. Another intervention proves that our approach is multifaceted. Plant production, animal production. We believe that some things in Greece, discussing with our clients and stakeholders, deserve more focus. So 2 years ago, we decided to target greenhouse crops. A controlled crop may have a greater yield than a non-controlled crop. Covered plantations tend to have higher yields, on condition that farmers know how to go about it, convince us that it makes sense, so that we can navigate together for 5 or 10 years in order to have complete investment. Particularly our customers in the agri-food business know how to go after such competitive advantages by means of such choices. We're working on a second project, but I can't give you figures about livestock farming. ΟΠΕΚΕΠΕ, the Greek paying agency, has its bright side as well. Our relationship with ΟΠΕΚΕΠΕ is much deeper. It is a unique relationship. International tenders every 4 years have been won by Piraeus, and we proceed to 4 million payments every year, and not a single one can go wrong. I'm happy to say that we're doing very well. The 2.5 billion is the liquidity we agree on with Greek state, paid in October and December in the form of direct payments. One more product, it's not a loan for us. It has to do with advisory services. It's important for us to agree what we will do with you, listening to you and you listening to us. If we do not agree, we'd rather not do it. We're not willing to fill Greece with non-performing loans for a number of reasons, having to do with the country and banking balance sheets, the capitals of investors and the capital of our clients in retail banking. A couple of words about Law 5184 that was passed in 2025 about the non-performing loans. 700 cooperatives and 21,000 farmers who are linked to PQH. We're here to help find sound solutions with services that take charge, and our bank has made more progress than others, I think. We can combine the unsolved problem with all the sound forces in the banking sector. In view of ensuring smooth coexistence with other cooperatives and increasing membership. Cost of lending, of course, is a concern for us. If we do not charge, will not make profit. The capital contributed by a bank is significant. Christodoulos from Contract Agriculture was in this room. We have a credit card at an interest rate of 5.5%. Credit cards for non-contract, 16%, data from Bank of Greece. consumer loans 11%. So we have to do whatever we can in this sector as well. No need to comment on that in this room. It's obviously interesting for us. It's the future of the sector, and we strongly rely on the success of digital transition. Last point on SG has been a focus for us. Piraeus Bank, Thessaloniki, Evros, Southern Greece, Measure 5.2. I've been discussing that with Elia for some time, and we're ready to help out. Avoidance of loss, risk assurance, 5.1, hail, irrigation, huge matter, and energy management we're working on. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε τον κύριο Αλεξάνδρου.
Thank you, Mr. Alexandrou, for presenting to us Piraeus Bank portfolio, specialized financing instruments for cooperatives. This is important, as is digital transformation that is being enhanced. And following this presentation, I will hand over, or rather make a comment on Mr. Tsiforos' presentation. The negative course, minus 10% in agricultural income, record low, 10-year record low, you said. And this is so for the European Union as well, although proportionally the Greek percentage is higher. There are small farmers in Greece, have a fragmentation of holdings. Maybe this plays a role too. So our next speaker will be Mr. Katsoulis. Based on this bleak picture the survey gave us, I'd like to ask you, Mr. Katsoulis, collective schemes. Can collective schemes be a key to unlocking farmers' position? Can they help make farmers more resilient? I'd like to thank GAIA Congress for the invitation. It's flagship conference every year. I will answer your question by saying the following. It is clear from the morning sessions, during the addresses and the first presentations, the key word is synergy, cooperative schemes, cooperatives. Sounds like a transfer of responsibility. To answer your question about resilience and the growth of Greek and European agricultural sector, we need to become aware of our institutional role. The debate focuses on institutional matters. We're only 2 months away from mid-July and this first big package that will inform us about the future of the new common agricultural policy. SASOE, all these years, whenever I speak in public, focus on the last resort, the last weapon of farmers, upgraded and enhanced with incentives, institutional tax incentives and crop incentives. And let me make a parenthesis here. We're talking a lot about smart agriculture. SASOE always highlights this in public because We believe that beyond the standards of the CAP, the digitization of our times, we see smart agriculture as a high-quality funding instrument for users, producers in this case, to break even using more efficiently both water, plant protection products, fertilizers, and anyway, overall day-to-day operations efficiency. There are a number of issues to be resolved in Greece institutionally. What do cooperatives ensure? Masses of products and crops. Whatever comes in is hosted or comes out of a cooperative is fully invoiced. So the Greek state has nothing to lose from the operations of cooperatives, producers groups, and other collaborative schemes. Cooperatives have always been present in developments. Digitization, for instance, the potential of cooperatives and collaborative schemes in relation to smart agriculture is huge. There is no other collective scheme that has studied this matter more than we have. So if we take the appropriate structural steps, living in a region where geo-economic and geopolitical developments are constant, with the threat of food insecurity. Some years ago at GAIA, there was a major effort to conduct a survey that would demonstrate how much we flirted with the loss of basic products. Well, cooperatives are valuable tools that should be turned to advantage. Their operations do not focus on profit only. Their mission is to make interventions in order to secure better prices for their members. And I think that the time has come, since there is no other way to restructure Greek agriculture, time has come for us to adopt new, high-quality, upgraded collaboration schemes that will obviously integrate smart agriculture. Interaction between cooperatives and their members is much faster, much easier. A survey would show that the members of cooperatives are much more familiar with smart agriculture systems. They adopt them sooner than other farmers. I remember the great enemy in the beginning was digital illiteracy, which is still with us to some extent. There was also a lack of infrastructure. What do I mean by that? In the periphery, in the semi-mountainous or mountainous areas, it is not possible to use mobile telephony. This is a matter of infrastructure. We pointed that out last year and the year before that. We need to have high-quality networks at a time when digitization is our focus. On the the other hand, there's red tape and rigidities, lack of flexibility. We don't have the luxury of time. We need to set specific criteria with regard to the observance of the cultivation protocols. Cooperatives can protect their products until the time they leave us. Regular use of smart agriculture systems to which cooperatives have access, as opposed to individual farmers who cannot be as familiar as cooperatives. Cooperatives have a strong presence in information activities about these issues, so it's easier for them to urge members to attend seminars and actions that will boost their digital literacy. This is why I said we're a valuable tool. Cooperatives know how to protect their product, cover part of the traceability procedures, observe cultivation protocols that were very strict under this CAP. For the last 2 or 3 years, we have been very vocal about a major injustice, which has to do with the movement of third country products within the EU based on protocols of the past, whereas products grown in the zone suffer from embargoes, for instance, against other countries, and also have a much higher cost as a result of the modern protocols. I do not wish to take up more of your time. We'll wrap up by saying that the collaborative schemes that have always been a key should get rid of their poor past and remind everyone that there's nothing wrong with the institution of cooperatives. There's something wrong with those who used them in the past. Thank you very much, Mr. Katsoulis. The next speaker is Mr. Moschos, who will speak from the perspective of livestock farmers, fourth-generation farmer, Vice President of SEC, the Association of Livestock Farmers, since 2021. A cry of urgency, 3% drop, which seems relatively low if you consider the problems, plights of Greek livestock farming. The animal capital has been decimated. Are there any prospects for livestock farmers nowadays?
Well, according to the official data, since you spoke about the drop, very often people say that I'm always complaining and making accusations, so I don't want to go into that today. The figures presented right now, the damage from animal disease is not going to affect, of course, last year's production, but this year's production, which means that next year will be much worse to this one in all sectors. Regarding our association, sheep farming, goat farming, and cow farming, in production of meat specifically. Various issues, of course, related to this. We have spoken about smart farming and development, but let's clarify this. We will have a much greater deficit with regard to meat products, much larger than what was mentioned before. And particularly in cattle farming, although there's an effort being made by my colleagues who have dairy farms, through the use of modern methods and the use of various genetic materials, cooperativism can help production in Greece is the question we're discussing today, and I agree with this, and I agree with all that my colleague Mr. Katsoulis has mentioned. However, if we don't have synergies throughout, then this cannot happen. What is missing from Greece today? Well, the word is planning. What do we want to achieve? How do we want to proceed? Which sector do we want to develop and how? I see, for example, colleagues in plant production. Yorgos, let's say, did well with potato, and then next year every farmer is planting potatoes. That's not the way to go forward. In sheep farming, we have additional problems. For example, nowadays, speaking with the EU and looking at the animal diseases that we have been discussing extensively in recent days, we see that very acutely the issue of vertical production of animal feed, then as animal breeding farm and processing. And this has to do with competitiveness and collective schemes. For example, we have a group of animal breeders who set up a cooperative after very hard work trying to convince our colleagues about this, particularly this year, which is a very difficult year for the price of sheep and goat milk. This element of resilience that we were not working on at all, unfortunately. And when we spoke with colleagues from Spain, in particular with regard to animal diseases, what they told us is that in the case of animal diseases, such a cooperative can be very helpful because it helps to limit the dissemination of diseases such as smallpox, for example. So if we have a synergy with a good team of producers in plant production, also with a group of animal breeders, and we combine all this together, then what we're basically achieving is to go back to an old model of farming activity that the older producers might remember through associations under the rationale presented by Mr. Baltazis. What is lacking right now is trust, however, vis-à-vis cooperative schemes. With regard to animal farming in particular, if you were to ask me about the situation in Greece today, I would say this. It's a sector that could further develop and bring further revenue to Greece and help with the negative balance, particularly with regard to red meat, beef. Very often, the way in which figures are presented is wrong. For example, it was shown here that we cover 20% of the demand, where according to the data from ELGO, the introduction of live animals which are bred and are then presented as being raised in Greece is about 7.5%, which means that our self-sufficiency is not even 13%. And unfortunately, I am saying this, and some friends, some colleagues, some people from the political world say that I'm aggressive, say that I shouldn't say all this, but I remember the day when Mr. Papandreou announced that we were going to agree to the bailout scheme. Anyone who remembers that day and age, well, might ask, how can you speak about a self-sufficient country when you have no level of production, when you can't even feed your own population? Could such a country ever be independent and self-sufficient? It will always depend on someone else who is responsible for production. So at the end of the day, what can we produce today? Well, our food. We've gone through so many different situations. Energy has been affected. Our psychology has gone down through the COVID. What is left now is food, which I think is key to anyone living in a society such as ours. I personally come from Western Macedonia, which in recent times, well, let me tell you, there was an event organized by some labor institutes in Kastoria a few days ago, and 5,500 people said that they were going to leave the area and move to other parts of Greece. Thousands of arable land remains uncultivated. In sheep and goats milk, in 1 year, our team has lost 7 holdings, 7 families that had to give up their production. We have part in production with the red meat race that has won many awards for resilience abroad, etc., which is a team with 85 members in our cooperatives and 7,500 animals. Now the members have dropped to 73, 5,500 animals. And it is in decline. That's why I said that the data presented earlier, unfortunately, next year will be much worse. So in my opinion, we need to do 3 things. There needs to be a plan, funding, working capital. This is something we're discussing with some other members of the bank outside. Sometimes it's what we talk about, information, technology, training. I often clash with my own kids because they work in our business and they make use of many of these tools. So sometimes we need to see how we can make our own activities more economical. So they tell you if you don't need to ask for an advance payment, then the cost for the milk will be 150, with an advance payment 145. So if our tonnage was 2,500 tons and we got a loan based on this and could cover the difference, then the difference would be 50% from the producer's pocket. So that needs to be resolved. Third, and very important, is what was discussed regarding subsidies. For us, subsidies in animal breeding are equal to 37%. You're absolutely right. We have a reduction only due to greening, 17% in animal breeding. If you look at that proportionately, it means 6.5%. This 10% that was lost, this 6.5% is because the subsidies were lost in animal breeding. And unfortunately, the future doesn't look particularly favorable. Yes, that's the conclusion we come to, actually, which is very unpleasant indeed. Talking about production, I'm sure that other countries have much to gain if Greece does not produce a lot, because Greece then becomes dependent on other countries. So if Greece as a country itself does not pay attention to increasing its production, there's no external forces going to help it do so. Isn't that right? Yeah, I'm not saying that Greek producers don't want to increase their production. Maybe there's no targeted support for them to be able to do so under the right conditions. The key problem when mapping out a policy in the agricultural sector is the fact that these discussions very often do not take place in the field, at the unit, with the producer. That's the main problem. The same happens with regard to the various studies, smart farming, etc. It all looks good on paper, but when you try and apply all this in the field, then that's when the problems come up. For example, they say, I stop subsidies for suckling cows from 130 euros. This was the plan of 54 euros according to the new CAP. And they said, I do that because you, animal breeders, are declaring fake births. But I will subsidize beef. So to get the 92 euros for the beef, traders also declare fake births, because that'll give them the passport to declare more births. And now we have the passport industry, quote unquote. As soon as you give me the passport, I'll give you 100 euros. These are key questions. The fact that the state cannot control the situation is one issue. If we were to put a chip in each cow that costs 2.80 euros, we would be able to check everybody's livestock. But do we want to do that? That's the question. Is there the will to do so? And now let me give the floor to Mr. Giannopoulos and Mr. Pavlonasios. Mr. Pavlonasios is going to talk to me about the future rights of the agricultural sector. So I think it's befitting for us to finish on a more promising note. However, the truth needs to be told. Mr. Giannopoulos, as the General Director of EAS in Thessaloniki, the Agricultural Partnership of Thessaloniki, could you please tell me whether there's a recipe for success in a cooperative? How well equipped does a cooperative need to be in our day and age in order to make the difference and provide added value to its products? Well, good evening, and thank you very much for the question. First of all, I'd like to congratulate GAIA for the wonderful congresses it organizes on an annual basis. Before I come to your question, Nikos, I'd like to connect the two sessions of this congress this morning and this afternoon. This morning, in his opening statement, the Ministry for the Interior, Mr. Thodoros Livanios, described in quite an alarming way and issued a warning saying that Greek rural areas will be depopulated in a few years, basically predicting that we need to take action because cities will be overpopulated and rural areas underpopulated. This study by Mr. Tsiforos that we have been raised on at cooperatives basically verified in the figures what the Ministry of the Interior said. He showed us figures that are indeed alarming and show that there was a direct connection between Greek producers and subsidies when 37% of his revenue depends on subsidies, whereas in other countries only 18 or 19%. Cooperatives consist of producers, so first of all, it's good to see why we got to that situation, what state Greek farmers are in right now, and what cooperatives can do and how they can facilitate the situation and achieve results and economies of scale, thus helping farmers to have a better future. Right now, the production process and Greek producers, apart from all other problems, also have to deal with the common agricultural policy, which is in progress. It has a purely bureaucratic context, and instead of simplifying procedures, basically what it is doing is to multiply difficulties for producers. I remember a Congress in Kalamata where we had a broad discussion on how bureaucratic the CAP was, and the farmers of the whole of Europe were out in the streets forcing the European governments to simplify many issues, at least unilaterally and quickly, in order to facilitate the process. But that's not even enough. In Greece, we have the absolute privilege, certain things that some other countries have made somewhat easier to keep difficult for people. We made a strategic plan that has 10 ecological plans for producers, the old so-called greening, with 33 branches, which are going to be 93 this year, which means that a producer and a cooperative member, in order to cultivate the land, get subsidies and have a revenue, must be a nuclear physicist in order to be able to do so. Those of us who work on this on a daily basis are still reading all these documents and still don't really know or can advise or encourage a producer to try and achieve the maximum, the best result, and enjoy what the CAP has to offer. So the first thing that a producer needs is not funding, but a framework, an operating framework that is clear, that is correct, that is non-bureaucratic. if that is achieved and we are given such a framework of operation, then of course we can discuss funding and other things. But we need a framework that will facilitate and will help people understand what exactly is needed. If we look comparatively at the previous CAP with the current one, then we'll see that the difference between the two is between night and day. What Mr. Tsiforos showed us before was very interesting, and I cannot comprehend how neighboring countries in the EU have input preparations for pesticides, for oils, for plant protection products sold at different prices. For example, you go to a village on the border with Ceres and another village on the other side of the border in Bulgaria with the same name, and in the one you buy the product at the next price, and at the other village you buy it at half the price. These things need to be looked at very closely and discussed at the international fora in which we participate so that Greece can demand a better future for our farmers. Greece, after all, is considered one of the founding countries of the EU, which means I think it needs sooner or later to take on the leading role it had from the outset and start formulate policies that are close to farmers and their interests so they continue to work. Now, with regard to cooperatives that have the honor of being a president of, I am president of a healthy cooperative. Some of the old associations after the Skandalidis law of 2011 had to change into partnerships, into SAs with shareholders. Well, in my case, I'm the head of an organization with well-run cooperatives. And what is the secret of our success? Talking, listening to each other. Our cooperatives are represented by people whose boards all have specific status, and our board meetings are used for us to communicate, to get together. Farmers come and talk to us, we listen to them, and we try to achieve the optimum results for all concerned. That is not a secret, it is a precondition. And if this precondition existed in the previous CAP as well, I think things would have gone better. What do I mean by this? The previous CAP and the relevant strategic plan was basically put together with no consultation taking place, none at all. None of us were ever asked. Nobody says that we are always correct, but shouldn't we be asked our opinion about what is being planned for us? Aren't the producers our members? Aren't we the ones who manage the subsidies? Shouldn't we have our say? Shouldn't we be able to express our opinions, identify any failures? Maybe some of what we said would be mistaken. Okay, then we'd be corrected. But no such consultation took place. At some point at the International Fair of Thessaloniki, the committee came and said, this is the CAP, full stop. Well, that's not the way to do things. And I'm glad to see now that things are starting to change at the ministry because we need to acknowledge what is good. These things need to be changed and modified. Consultation needs to take place early on. Mr. Katsoulis said previously that in July we'll have the proposal for the new CAP. The new commissioner, thankfully, is a person who does listen. So I think with regard to these proposals, the Greek ministry, together with the institutional bodies and the relevant stakeholders, the cooperatives and all those representing various organizations, must run a consultation which at the end of the day will lead to a solid proposal for the country so that we can help producers continue to work, our farmers, animal breeders, and those who work in this field. All of us who offer such services to farmers or sell supplies depend on producers. And if things continue as they are, then sooner or later we'll be looking for a new job. So what producers want is a more simplified CAP. That is not simply something that we are requesting. It's an absolute necessity. Previously, we looked at the financial data and the fact that there were unallocated funds. Some in some of these ecological schemes, some of these funds will remain unallocated and undistributed because there's a huge bureaucracy. In the previous greening, the subsidies went straight to the producers, and that's where the producers have now lost funding from. So all this has to change. Now, talking about subsidies and the great dependence on subsidies that was mentioned earlier. I believe that when the level of subsidies drops, as according to the study that Mr. Tsiforos showed, then of course the agriculture revenue is under pressure. When to a great extent you depend on subsidies, that's what happens. It's a simple equation. Yes, but nevertheless, Nikos, there's a level of distortion in all of this. The subsidy in itself is basically given to the producer. We are looking at it wrongly in recent days. That is, we take into account processing, etc., and say that you also get a subsidy. Well, that should never be put on the table of negotiation. The subsidy is only given to the producer, and that's it. Okay. Because time is running, not only costs, we need to move on very quickly to the next speaker. What people need to understand is that subsidies are a correction of income. Without the subsidy, the price of the agricultural product will be huge. Yes, you're right. Mr. Pavlonasios, as president of PENA, the Pan-Hellenic Association of Young Farmers, since 2018, you know what a young person needs as an incentive in order to enter the agricultural sector. Because, as we said, in many of these cases, the prospects are not good. So how can we encourage a young person to join the field of agriculture and be innovative, applying new technologies in the field and something that will guarantee the success of the agricultural sector in the future? Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me to GAIA EPICHEIREIN and for our collaboration over these last few years. The answer to what you're asking, Nikos, is this. Let me give you a figure. Right now, the ratio of people entering and leaving the agricultural sector is 17 to 1. 17 leave, 1 joins the farming force. So I think that is very dispiriting indeed. It's very difficult to encourage young people to become farmers nowadays. Why? Because they see no future. And I fully understand that. And I tell them, yes, things are indeed difficult, sometimes actually tragic. As was mentioned by my friend here, we have a new CAP. And the only thing it includes is commitments, restrictions, prohibitions. Europe right now doesn't seem to be paying any attention to its farmers. It's offering a CAP, and that's that. It's providing us with no tools. We are left to our own devices. The challenges are huge. If we talk about climate crisis, cost of production, 44 tons of olive oil were imported into Greece from Turkey this year. On the one hand, we say we want to increase production, and I won't forget the Mrs. von der Leyen saying during COVID, thank you to the European farmers for working so hard and putting food on our table. But after that, we were totally forgotten, unfortunately. Unfortunately, the farmer's job, and a young farmer in particular, because many people say that the program for young farmers only had 4,000 applications compared to 14,000 in the past. Yes, the truth is young farmers have no incentives. Young people have no incentive to become farmers because it's a difficult profession with all the relevant challenges I've just mentioned. On the contrary, what we have suggested for many years is that the first installation premium needs to be increased to the level of other countries, and that young farmers should then be introduced to an improvement plan with a 10-year commitment. And from this morning, we all agree basically that the next part of the equation should be training. What we surely need is training on technology, on production. We cannot have a training of 150 or 200 hours only for young farmers today. That is not enough at all. We need a 2-year training at least, and we believe that it needs to be a prerequisite for any young farmer to be included in any program. Unfortunately, right now, young farmers don't have access to land. It's very difficult for them to find arable land if they don't inherit it from their families. There's no access to credit, very limited access, and very difficult to get. Now, regarding the sustainability of the agricultural sector, there need to be commitments regarding to that, because we don't have young farmers who simply want to get the first installation premium and then stop. We have examples where MPs say, okay, it doesn't matter if he doesn't go to training. People are even using members of parliament in order to get out of having to do so. And that's very bad indeed. Less than 20% in Greece is the level of training compared to 60 or 70% in countries such as Netherlands. Just keep that in mind. So, support for young farmers. Only through training can we also achieve and raise the level of cooperativism. Training has to start at school. Young people need to learn to work together. And from that point onwards, if they want to become farmers, well, that's great. For us in Greece, where the parcels of land are small, we need cooperativism. We want cooperatives, not the way, of course, they used to work in the past, in line with who was in power. There are excellent, of course, examples of cooperative in Greece, and they have been always. We want producer groups, we want new technology, we want smart agriculture. These are all things that need to be offered generously to farmers, not always with cost in mind. Farmers should always have access to this data at any given time, rather than have to pay to buy this information. So, a very long-term vision, no short-term solutions or half measures. Is that what that's what you're talking about? Yes, a vision that we want to give to young people so that they join the sector. We hope that agriculture will be able to survive and stand on its own 2 feet. Right now, things are very unfortunate. If you go around Greek villages at night, you'll see all the shutters closed, all the doors are closed. The people don't want to stay in villages anymore. They're all moving to the cities. Yeah, I was hoping that we'd close with a more promising note, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be the case. Well, no, unfortunately, with what we've heard and the new CAP, that's going to be even worse than the previous one from 27 onwards. That's very hard to do. Yeah, I think you were very clear. Let's look at the results of the voting poll very quickly. So, according to your opinion, what should be the greatest national policy priority in order to reduce production costs? Strengthening producer groups, 27%, strengthening extroversion, 9.7%, investments in processing, 12.9%, developing smart agriculture, 50%. I believe personally that these are all important factors. If we had purely farmers on the panel, maybe the results would be different, or amongst the audience. I think that all these parameters are absolutely essential. I'm sorry to say that we have run out of time, so I don't know whether you'd like to make one last comment.
Ελπίζω να μας δώσετε.
Ναι, τώρα έχετε.
Okay. Εφόσον περίσσεψε αυτό το λίγο, και συγγνώμη από τους υπόλοιπους.
I will try to be as quick as possible. I just lost my train of thought. I'm getting a bit tired. I was telling you about mid-July, which is when we expect the European Commission's communication on the new agricultural policy. Our country is monitoring and translating CAP texts right now. There are no proposals on our side. We have not written our long-term national strategy yet. The only thing that is positive in a violent way is to have support provided to young farmers. However, a major amount of money will be taken off direct payments, and this is EU's oldest policy. So CAP is being menaced right now. This is why we have this negative atmosphere. Well, this is food for thought for everyone. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we need to wrap this up here. Thanks.
Γι' αυτό και βιντεοσκοπείτε, για να έχουμε το υλικό, τα πρακτικά. Πολύ σωστά. Δεν θα γίνει διάλειμμα, προχωράμε αμέσως στο επόμενο.
There will be no break. We will proceed right away with our next panel.
Ακούγομαι. Ωραία. Κυρίες και κύριοι.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Victoria Apostolopoulou. I'm the chief editor of the Ipethros Chora newspaper. Please take your seats. I can promise you this is going to be a very, very interesting panel. It's the last panel for today. Thank you for joining us here on site or online. Truth is, I had a different set of notes prepared, but the previous panel was such a food for thought, and Mr. Mosco said that words on paper are so easy, deeds are the problem, and in this panel we will be discussing deeds, actually. Our panelists will discuss successful partnerships regarding digital work and welfare as well, among others. They will also discuss our training and counseling needs, because we have to have a pro-innovation ecosystem. So I'm honored to invite Mr. Mamais, Chief Technology Officer of New Republic. Welcome. Mr. Antonis Marakakis, the head of the oil mill and the Olive Academy of Terra Creta from Melissa Kikizas, Mr. Kotsopoulos, CEO of Neuralio and President of Eurogeo Action Group, and Mrs. Papageorgiou, an agronomist of Cosmocert and a PhD candidate in livestock welfare.
Πριν περάσουμε στις παρουσιάσεις των ομιλητών μας, θα ήθελα να απευθύνω στο κοινό την τελευταία ερώτηση για
I have the last question for our audience today. Please scan the QR code that you see on the screen and follow the instructions for our polling. Our question is as follows. What do you think is the major obstacle when it comes to adopting digital solutions in agriculture? Lack of training, high initial investment cost, distrust vis-à-vis innovation, no actual PPP, and we all know that we must always take into account what the restriction factors is so that we can do away with them. Let me now give the floor to Mr. Mamais.
Καλησπέρα σας. Σήμερα θα σας δείξω πώς η τεχνητή νοημοσύνη...
Good evening. What I will discuss is how near AI has come to agriculture. AI can give solutions to day-to-day problems for our farmers. I will discuss two very specific examples. Number one, how AI can detect the olive fly and record it and count it on a daily basis. And number two, how this technology can listen to the farmer and assist him in filling in their daily log without complex menus and technologies. The olive fly. I guess you know it better than I do. It is a traditional pest for the whole of the Mediterranean and for any olive tree country. Each year we have huge losses because of it. Combating the olive fly is difficult. We're not short of control methods. It's just that the information is received belatedly, and we can only work manually. An agronomist has to go on the spot once every week, monitor the trap, look inside. There's a pheromone attracting the fly there, and the agronomist has to count the number of flies in the trap and then report this number, and this is how the decision will be made as to whether spraying will follow or not. Unfortunately, the olive fly will not just stay there and wait, so when the data comes in belatedly, the same will go for the decisions, and this is when the problem appears. So is there any room for innovation there? Can we have an electronic olive fly trap? Will this be better than the traditional one? This is our electronic trap. It is made by Neuropublic. This is a smart mechanism combining pheromones, a high-resolution camera, as well as an AI algorithm. I'll tell you how it works. It's so simple. Each morning, a photograph is taken of the interior of the trap. The photograph is uploaded on the cloud, and this is where our AI will count not by approximation, but with total accuracy and systematically, day in, day out, the number of flies in the trap. So we will no longer need someone to go on the spot and open the trap and do the counting. This data is immediately available to our farmer. The farmer can go through the list and find out about the number of flies per traps. He can find out about the location of the traps on the map. He can go through the photographs taken by the E-trap, so he can watch the phenomenon evolve right before his eyes. And this is not just in theory, this is not just an idea or an experiment. This is something that we already actually have. We have already installed 56 such traps, and by the end of the year, 200 more traps will have been placed for the new olive fly season. We have done this in cooperation with the Ionian University, as well as in cooperation with farmers and their cooperatives. I will now tell you a story. 3 months ago, more or less, my company, Neuropublic, held an event in the city of Ioannina, and Dimitris Kapnias put the following question. He said, if AI can see the fly, why can it not hear the producer too, so that the daily log can be written automatically? And from that point on, our AI team in Neuropublic started working on this project. The concept is very simple. The farmer will talk to the app in plain Greek. The AI will understand precisely what it is being told as to the kind of work that has already been completed by the farmer and where that work took place, and all that will go directly into the database in the same way that a human operator would have entered this information. Let us now watch a short beta version of GAIA Sense. A colleague of ours, an agronomist from Europublic, is playing the role of a farmer that wants to fill in the daily log. It's an amateur video that was shot outdoors. What we meant to do was to show you the actual situation. Good morning, Thanasis. What did you do today? Good morning, friend. I picked the strawberries and I also watered my tomatoes. Great. When? I started off yesterday morning at 7 a.m. and I finished in the afternoon, 5 p.m. How many kilos of strawberries did you pick? 750 kilograms in all 3 plots. It was okay. Which plots? All 3 of mine. All 3 strawberry plots of mine. When did you irrigate your potatoes? This morning, friend. I went to my Modi plot and I irrigated for a couple of hours. Anything else? No, not for the time being. Keep up the good work. You too, friend. So this is the recording of the work that I was telling my friend about over the phone. This is the actual discussion that took place between the farmer thanks to an AI app. So he explained that he did 2 things. The AI understood that it was 2 things that he did and then asked follow-up questions about the number of kilograms of strawberries that were picked. The AI also asked about the precise plot of land, the land parcel that was irrigated, and then it structured the data into a form that was suitable for being entered into the ACM. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. This was very interesting, and your video too was very descriptive. So Europublic is able to provide solutions when it comes to the olive fly, and your AI can now hear the farmer and automate reporting. I will now pass the floor to Mr. Marakakis. He will discuss their holistic approach and their Terra Creta Academy.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα. Να πω ένα μεγάλο ευχαριστώ στη GAIA EPICHEIREIN για την πρόσκληση.
Good evening. I wish to thank GAIA EPICHEIREIN for their invitation, and a big thanks too for Mr. Mamais. Our 2 main issues. Our Terra Creta Academy is something that Terra Creta, which is a subset of Melissa kikizas, have completed. Our group is the Melissa kikizas group. We are a pasta company. We are in the plate of each and every Greek. For decades now, we are exporting to 45 countries, and we have our wheat academy because we wish to train our farmers when it comes to the good cultivation practices. We are 23 years old. Terra Creta is 23 years old. We are vertically integrated when it comes to the production and bottling of olive oil. About 96% of the quantity bottled is exported, and we have been decorated from Mario Solinas, and our premises are open to visitors, especially schools from the local community of Chania. Our vision is to develop local olive oil production while cutting down costs. To achieve this, we had to work in several sectors, such as training for farmers, providing counseling services on site, providing smart agriculture tools, being innovative when it comes to olive tree growing and olive mills, in order to be able to have a product of superior quality. We have 3 pillars in our Olive Academy. Number 1, training. For this, we work together with Elgo Dimitra and the Chania Olive Tree Institute. They carry out very many programs, and this is why, this is how we try to bring research findings to life. We want to make our research data viable. Our second pillar is smart infrastructure, or precision in agriculture, as it is called. We work together with Neopublic for their GAIA product. The results have been very positive, and pillar number 3 is our work together with the farmer in the field, and we have already distributed a manual with cultivation advice. This manual is destined for our farmers. This is what we call sustainable cultivation protocol. You see 9 boxes here, 9 boxes to be ticked. They correspond to 9 basic rules. For example, a farmer's notebook. You have to know what exactly the farmer has done in their field, and AI makes it simpler for us. I'm waiting for the time when I will be able to see farmers talk to their mobiles in the field and recording their work in this way. No pesticides are allowed. Pests are destroyed in a mechanical way only. No stubble burning either. Following pruning, stubble remains in the field because they are destined for a specific service, and the parcels must never lie empty. It is very important for the flora not to be disturbed. It is very important for the organic matter not to become oxidized. You cannot have healthy trees on an unhealthy soil. Our farmers evaluate their own work, and we too evaluate the farmers' work in order to come up with a specific success rate. Because we have to be specific about what is actually happening. In our prefecture, we account for more than half of the surface area of our prefecture. This is a semi-mountainous area. We have the Lefka Ori mountain range. We have several microclimates, so we have to have different kinds of management. We have 27 farmers, 50,000 olive trees, and 281 hectares. Only 25% of our olive trees are irrigated. We produce about 51 tons of extra virgin olive oil. 30% of that is organic. On an annual basis, we carry out at least 12 training seminars with a minimum of 36 hours. Our olive tree farmers have to sit on a pupil's desk and do arithmetic in order to find out whether they are loss-making or not. And wherever we have to have a hands-on approach, we do it. For pruning, for example, we also organize trips outside Greece, training trips. Last year we went to Italy in an effort to find out why it is that the Italians are doing better than us and why we have this price difference. And this year we are organizing such a training trip to Spain. We also provide open training events for anyone that might be interested, because we do believe in the dissemination of knowledge. As to our evaluation, this is our evaluation form with 101 questions under 9 criteria groups. As a result, we obtain a sustainability rate, and then for verification purposes, we too go on the spot in the field to find out. We try to have biodiversity zones. We want to protect our pollinators, and we encourage other farmers to follow our example. As to smart agriculture, we have 11 GAIAtrons, 11 agri-meteorological stations, that is, because we have all those microclimates that I was telling to you about earlier on. This is why we work together with New Republic. We also have 24 olive fly traps. These are the traps Mr. Mamais showed you. And other than speed, we also aim for accuracy, because if the trap operator is not an agronomy, usually the figures are wrong. As to this year's results, well, actually, this is for the last 3 years. We managed to change the way our farmers think. And there's a selection process when it comes to our membership. Not each and every farmer can become a member. All that is for free for our farmer members. They just need to conclude a contractual farming contract with us. So we just take the farmer's produce and turn it into olive oil. We have 0% of soil nuisance, 0% of pesticide use. Mowing takes place by mechanical means only, and we have 0% of stubble burning. Stubble remains on the soil. It acts as a production layer, so we managed to cut down on water use by 23.4%, especially in a year like the previous year when we were running in water deficit in the prefecture of Chania. It's not mandatory for them to follow our advice, but of course we're not going to compare ourselves against someone who's not a good farmer. And our last criterion is the farmers that comply with our advice 100%. Our results were as follows. The average for our production per tree was 18% higher. And regarding producers that complied with our advice 100%, they got 67% more of olive oil. There is a considerable divergence here, so you see one can get lots of olive oil more out of the same olive tree. An average tree will give you 3.5 to 4.5 kilograms, and this year we will measure production cost against smart agriculture applications. We want to find out how much a farmer can win thanks to smart agriculture. Thank you.
Σας ευχαριστούμε και εμείς.
Thank you. The figures are impressive indeed. The Terra Creta Olive Academy focuses on training, technology, and advisory services with impressive results, both in terms of savings and production volume. Mr. Kotsopoulos will present to us the transition platform for the agri-food sector as a digital twin for the agri-food sector. Good evening from me too. Thanks to GAIA EPICHEIREIN for the invitation to attend this interesting congress. The power of cooperation as a catalyst for achieving sustainability goals and how we can promote synergies. Synergies, more often than not, have to do with culture, and there's a lack of synergistic culture in Greece, unlike in other countries and their cooperatives. So with the use of new technologies, we're currently trying to create a new umbrella using AI just to bring synergies closer together, not the producers themselves, producers with the cooperatives with the state, and then back with the production base. This digital twin attempts to solve a major problem. We talked about cooperation. There is plenty of digital apps. There's smart agriculture, digital agriculture, and it is widespread among producers, whether they are involved in open crops or animal breeding. We have constant environmental monitoring and access to this data. However, the landscape is fragmented. Every stakeholder keeps their own data. They generate value for them. However, we've never resolved the issue of interoperability or exchange of data that will help us add more value and achieve a successful transition to the data economy and the AI economy. By unifying data and putting the parts of the puzzle together, we may see things that were invisible until now. Producers can have better predictions, there are more data, the AI models can be trained better. Cooperatives at a level of region or even at a national level can have a better idea about the course of their crops and their competitive advantages. Agronomists will be able to provide better advice to producers, and policymakers will no longer wait for farmers to take to the streets in order to correct mistakes like the ones related to the new Green Deal. They will be able to test policies in a digital environment and study the consequences. Transition has been funded by the European Space Agency in order to bridge the gap between environmental monitoring data from satellites or sensors on the ground or reports of the users themselves in order to fill the missing part, the part of producers, the human part. We're all part of this system. We make decisions on a daily basis that can make a difference and can affect both the social and economic landscape and the environment. So transition is a form on which policymakers can proceed to simulations based on what-if scenarios. For instance, if I provide incentives on carbon agriculture, what will the environmental consequences be 10 years later? What will the consequences for farmers' income be? What will the land use consequences be? So in a safe, regulated sandbox, in a safe environment, we'll be able to test policies and review them. For instance, the Framework Directive on water is reviewed every 7 years. In every review, we check the data available for the first 2 years. Working groups get together and assess the policy, and 5 years later, the time comes for a new review. The new review may prove that the course we took was either wrong or right. In the summer of 23, farmers rang the alarm and protested about the hard-to-afford cost. The public was not aware of that. How does transition work? There is the so-called collective AI part. We have a number of agents there. And I will be using the term agents, the English term agents, from now on my presentation to avoid misunderstandings. On a micro level, all of us are agents. In the case of farmers, we have farmers who share the same crop or share the same interests. And we come at the meso level. Farmers get together, they create groups or cooperatives. This level becomes visible to the eyes of policymakers. So how does this work? In the agricultural sector, policymaking comes first. Policymaking determines the socioeconomic environment and sets specific targets. At the local level, the information is transmitted, and farmers are asked to adjust their cultivation practices through incentives or fines, penalties. This interaction in a course of time, 10, 15 years, will not only affect adaptation to climate change. The model can show us how subsidies or other measures taken by the state affect the farmers' income, their socioeconomic status, and the environment. I'll go through this quickly. Operation cycle. There's a value chain on which data are key. So we start with data, then AI, and finally learning. The more data we have and the more detailed data, the more successful our simulation will be. There's no perfect system. All systems have their own flaws. And every time we need to make assumptions. Based on the assumptions, we generate stochastic scenarios in order to find out how likely something is to occur in future, in order to have a clear picture of the benefits for all, depending on the choices and decisions made. The likelihood of achieving our targets, for instance, if the likelihood is 65%, we're moving in the right direction. We do not engage in guesswork. We implement evidence-based policies that ensure better predictions. It also provides a new production model in the era of digital agriculture. Information comes as a collective good that generates value. The farmers themselves may gain from the data they themselves produce. And through optimization, we find the perfect mix of environmental, social, and governance objectives for a better future. Thank you very much. Thank you. Transition platform enables users to check a number of scenarios and find out the long-term consequences before they happen, and test a number of interventions in a safe environment. The next speaker is Maria Papageorgiou, an agronomist at Cosmos Earth. She will discuss the farm animal welfare. Good evening from me too. On behalf of the Cosmos Earth team, would like to thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity to participate in these interesting discussions about the development of Greek agriculture and animal breeding. We will present the certification and verification proprietary model called animal welfare. Let me start with a couple of words about animal welfare and the extent to which this should be part of agricultural development and sustainability. I believe it goes without saying that it does play a role. Since 2015, the sustainability goals have included the relationship between sustainable development and animal welfare. In 2016, the Committee on Food and Food Security, an international committee, stated that animal welfare is an essential part of sustainable development. At a European and worldwide level and worldwide, there is a more holistic approach to the welfare of animals and humans as mutually as factors that are mutually dependent through the policy One Health or One Welfare. Later in 2020, the European Green Deal was struck. It was clearly stated therein that through the labeling of food, we need to communicate to consumers the degree of sustainability across the supply chain from primary production all the way to the fork. It also clearly stated that breeding practices for animals should also be declared on the label. Welfare as consumer requirement. There are many studies, scientific studies, European ones, clearly demonstrating that consumers prefer foodstuffs coming from animals bred in conditions of welfare and well-being. Evidence points to consumer preferences moving in this direction, particularly young consumers. Except for consumer requirements, and also statutory requirements. We're making progress in this regard more gradually. In Europe, a stricter framework applies, particularly in Central and Northern Europe, where legislation is stricter than national legislation is stricter than European legislation. In countries like Denmark and the Netherlands, animal welfare is certified and verified through schemes established with as a PPP. By way of an introduction to our model, our standards, I would like to stress that animal welfare should not be examined as an isolated factor. It is good for the animal, obviously, because it lives in better conditions. It's also good for the farmer. It can make a difference on the market. Animals that live in good conditions perform better, they're more productive, and consumers benefit as well because they know what they eat. A couple of words about our standard now. We're very proud of it. We've put in a lot of work. It is the outcome of extensive research and partnerships with scientists and professionals, practitioners. Has been the subject of consultation, and we built it in order to make sure that it complies with the key requirements of quality assessment systems like ISO on verification and certification. It is important to note that it is structured in such a way that permits its implementation across the food chain, all the way to the fork. Packaging, bottling, all sorts of services, because we implement a very robust traceability system. We are based on the 5 basic freedoms of farm animals. They were stated in '92, have to do with the freedom from hunger or thirst, freedom from discomfort, freedom from pain, injury, or disease, and the freedom to express normal behavior for the species. They also incorporate modern elements like interaction with the environment, state of mind, and other practices applied internationally. We address the standard to all animal breeding holdings, dairy cattle farms, meat production farms, egg-laying hens, transport and slaughter. And this brings me to the question, why get a certification? We're often asked this question. There are many reasons. It is proof of social responsibility of the firm and its intention for better treatment of animals. In Europe and in other markets, consumers are highly interested in labeling nutrition value, breeding practices, ingredients, and so on. So it becomes a requirement that facilitates entry in foreign markets, and it also enhances credibility and consumer trust. Consumers are willing to pay more for such a certification. Some success stories. We were together with Christis Karalambidis in Cyprus. They have certified over 30 units of milk-producing animals, both cow's milk and sheep milk. These are pictures from the website of our partners. It's a short video, but I'm not sure I can play it. They explain that the standard provides for better environmental conditions and more transparency and better traceability.
Happy cows, happy milk.
Happy cows, happy milk. Another success story on the island of Naxos with Pitaras cheese dairy, the first one certified for better treatment of milk-producing cows. Another success story, Ktinotrofiki Magnesias, livestock farm certified units with cows, sheep, goats for its feta cheese exports. Certification paves the way for feta exports, a PDO product, as well as the Omiros dairy farm at Cosmocert as a certification body. We do believe in sustainability for animals through the animal welfare standard. We have regenerative agriculture standard. We verify and certify CO2 emissions, vegan products, and free foodstuffs from GMOs. Were established in 2013 in order to provide high-quality services and innovative services in certification and verification of organic products originally, and then quality management systems and sound agricultural practice. In 2022, we were acquired by food chain giant worldwide in food safety. This is an opportunity to enhance the services we provide. Thank you very much.
Σας ευχαριστούμε και εμείς.
Thank you. You told us that animal welfare is a consumer requirement and a statutory requirement gradually. Animal welfare certification offers lots of benefits and business opportunities across the supply chain. Let us look now at the results of the poll, please.
Αν όχι, μπορούμε να συνεχίσουμε με τις ερωτήσεις.
If not, okay, we have them on the screen. Lack of information and training at the top, 55.9%. High initial cost, expectedly. Mistrust of technology. All the above, 8%, and limited cooperation between the private and the public sector. Mr. Mamai, let me start with you. The applications you showed us are indeed impressive. Many people wonder, however, whether AI will replace human beings and lead to job losses. What do you think? Could we link that to the survey results about lack of education and training? Is this one of the reasons why farmers are afraid of AI? To go to the first part of your question, AI is a true revolution. In every revolution, such as the agricultural or industrial revolution, some jobs were lost, new jobs were created. We'll see the same in this case, too. In the two examples I gave, AI is not replacing a human being or a job. In the olive fly case, it's not possible for a person to check a trap every day and be as accurate as AI. So AI here offers something that no person can do. As to the log, farmers at present have to keep a log of the work they carry out on a daily basis. In practice, however, we know this is not the case. Advisors do that, or farmer service centers do that on a massive scale for a large number of farmers. So we do the log simply because we have to, rather than because we believe in its value. What I showed is very simple for a farmer, as opposed to other technologies that were more complex. The farmer had to interact with the machine through a complex interface, choose menus, and so on. This device works in a very simple manner. They just talk to Yesens as they would to an agronomist, describe the work they performed. The AI will understand what they say. It will ask questions. There were additional questions in the video I showed. How many kilos were harvested? How long did watering take? And it will record the information. AI will help in combating lack of information training because it is easy to use. I bet you all farmers have accounts on Facebook. Why? Because it's easy to use. AI-based technologies will lead to something similar. Technology will be much closer to the farmer, and it will be used as a true tool. Indeed, it is easy for the information to be logged, and it is impressive. Mr. Marakakis, the results point to lack of information and training. Your case is the exact opposite. Your target is training and consulting. And the results are impressive indeed. Do you believe that the model you're implementing could be the base for cooperatives in the agribusiness industry, so that the results can be spread? If I were to answer to this question, I would choose all the above. The lack of training is one of the root causes. Our model can be adjusted and adopted In a number of industries in the country, the same model can be implemented by a cooperative, adjusting it to local conditions. Another model that focuses on training and smart agriculture tools could be a hub in a region or in a municipality. The stakeholders being academics that have the knowledge and share it with farmers who will be trained. There are many solutions. The question is how you organize such a venture. Initiatives like ours will always be around rather than piecemeal interventions to train farmers for the sake of training. I think it is easy and it is feasible. Both farmers need to be willing to cooperate and apply new technologies, and a state or a public body in charge of implementing such a model. Mr. Kotsopoulos, you said that transition provides a safe space for testing policies and interventions. The use of the digital twin, in what way can it contribute to policy making and policy implementation in Greece? Instead of making decisions and testing them on the ground on individuals and assess the socioeconomic consequences later, this can be done in silico. You can check a large number of scenarios. Of course, you can't be 100% safe. The models tend to reflect a part of the reality, not the reality itself. Reality is too complex to be described with the use of existing technologies. Even for a smart system, it is hard to describe all the parameters and variables that make up the system we're living in. Small questions, however, are easy to be answered. If you think, if you're considering instituting a new incentive or set a small target for a small field, you can check 5 alternative scenarios and simulate them with a 5-year horizon and find out the result. My goal, for instance, might be to reduce inputs. What will the financial benefit for the producer be? Do we risk finding ourselves in a situation like in 2022 when food security came to the fore on the European continent? We found ourselves in such a hard situation due to disruptive circumstances for the system. That may lead to risky situations. So this model can do it for us and keep us ahead of developments. Actually, it does 2 things. Optimization. In other words, we know what the situation is on the ground right now. We make the optimal choice and can predict more safety. Ms. Papageorgiou, you mentioned the opportunity to enter new markets abroad with the certification. In what way can certification be a competitive advantage for animal products in view of increasing consumer demand for welfare? Dairy products are highly appreciated abroad. I spoke about feta cheese exports. What we see in Central and Northern Europe is consumers worrying about what they eat in general. Healthy animal ingredients, environmental issues. So based on surveys, these consumers will not buy something unless they receive information about it. National certification standards are increasing in Europe. Consumers want a third party to check and verify that the information provided is true and there is some sort of accreditation about the product before it gets to the fork. Certification and labeling are useful, particularly for Central and Northern Europe. We're gradually seeing that in Italy and Spain as well. And we'll soon see it in Greece, I think. Particularly after the COVID pandemic, consumers are interested in knowing whether food comes from, how it was produced, what methods were used. Yeah. In our case, we're talking about animal welfare, which is part of a broader package. Are there any questions before the second round of discussion? A question off mic.
Can you hear me now? Yes. Please tell us whether you're addressing this question to one of the speakers specifically. No, it's a question for all the speakers. I would like to voice a question from all farmers in Greece and in Europe. We've seen them in protests asking why the EU has raised the bar so much and is asking for climate neutral or carbon neutral 2050 at the time when all other countries on the planet are not following this example. Why are we the ones to be experimenting in this way? Because that leads to a reduction in production. Cows are vilified. There will be meters in our farms by 2029 measuring pollutants, according to the recent announcements for interprofessional organizations, and many more obligations are being put on farmers. Whereas the import of products from Turkey, now from Brazil, also there are pending contracts. Why should we be trying so hard when nobody else is doing so? That's my question. Yeah, your question is quite provocative, actually. But yes, it's as you say. This is the reality. The question is why? Well, I'll tell you my personal opinion because I cannot interpret politics. It's an ideation, let's say. At the end of the day, all of us will achieve the carbon neutral goals by 2050, but the difference is in the way in which we will do so. And I'll give an example from the AI field. Right now, you know that we have geopolitical competition, geopolitical competitiveness regarding AI. This requires a very high level of energy, and right now we say that Europe is not acting. Either US is, Saudi Arabia is setting up data centers, China is doing its own thing. So a couple of months ago, we looked at the cost of industrial power, 47 cents per kilowatt, but only 5 cents in China, so we cannot compete on that. As a result, the strategy of the new U.S. administration, which has a very clear plan, those of you who listened to J.D. Vance's talk at the A Summit in Paris, presented a very clear plan on how they were temporarily increase greenhouse gases with the goal to reach AI excellence that will give them the technological advantage in order to then move to carbon neutral production. So it'll help them move forward around technological scale in order to reach their goal faster. The EU is still using an old-style approach. Decisions are slow. It seems to be a ship that is being steered very slowly. And a lot of things that were decided on have actually now been retracted. If we had the tradition earlier and we used it digitally, we could have avoided a lot of this, of course. I don't know whether anyone else from the panel would like to answer this question. Any other question from the audience? I'd like to ask something regarding the previous question. And it has to do with the distortions presented through the application of diverse policies on a country-by-country basis. Maybe could there possibly be a need for import tariffs that would set the balance right with regard to these market distortions, given the fact that in Europe we are more pro-welfare compared to other countries? Maybe a standard like the one that Trump is going to apply could reduce the impact from the market distortions caused due to the diverse practices used in different countries with regard to product imports. And this could possibly balance out the difference in price that obviously is a result of the increased costs borne by European farmers. So because you talked about welfare, let me answer this. What you're noting is very interesting and is something that is being broadly discussed because there is an injustice in the EU that, for example, Greek animal breeder may not be as competitive as a Swedish animal breeder. So there's been a broader debate about a single certification and label. But this rejected for a simple reason that not everyone would be sustainable. That's why we have different certification standards. Our standard is adapted to the abilities of the Greek market. Now, your question also touches upon policies and strategies, of course, but maybe it is this diversity that enables sustainability, even if it is local per country or per neighboring countries. But that is my personal opinion. Would anyone else like to add something more to this answer? Okay, then I see that there are other questions from the audience, but unfortunately we are running out of time, only 2.5 minutes left. So one last question from the gentleman at the front, please. Mr. Bilal is from the School of Agronomy. There is the carbon board adjustment mechanism, to answer the previous question, for many agricultural products, only for fertilizers in the farming sector from the 1st of January, and hopefully by 2027 for all agricultural products. Although I am an agronomist, I think that most members of the panel are not agronomists. So I'm not going to ask a question of an agronomical nature, although 2 out of 4 of the panelists are agronomists. Let me ask you now a technical question. After the greenwashing, the key point of the key question regarding AI now is AI washing. That is, which companies are going to use it for their own interests at the expense of consumers, farmers, etc. Are you taking measures in order to ensure that there is social protection from AI washing? Let me tell you this. AI right now is a tool. AI washing, as you mentioned, is something that we as a company right now according to the data we collect, this data runs on our servers and is then included in the AI as cultivation practices. As a result, we have rapidly accelerated the data processing speeds and inclusion speeds. So we have a local server where we have a large language model, and that is where the processing takes place. So, speaking on behalf of New Republic, yes, we have actually taken the necessary measures in order to avoid such an occurrence, AI washing. But you understand, of course, that this is a rhetorical question because it is related to a large number of companies and how they are going to operate within this context. I think that potentially what might be the most important thing of all with regard to AI is this. We are obviously all following explainable, transparent AI practices because when we come to decision-making in particular, the person obtaining the information needs to know what the output has been, talking about stochastic simulation and how many decisions were made pro or against. Now, with regard to products, if we want to proceed with the data sharing and look at data as a public facility, then the one that gets the data creates a new economy based on this data. This is something that we all need to discuss broadly because this does not belong to one single company, but potentially someone from the government needs to legislate on this and invite all companies in the field and say, okay, you are producing some data based on what standards, so what is the interoperability of your data, what value do you create, and maybe proceed even with a tokenization, such as a Dimitra coin, let's say, based on goddess Dimitra, that will assess in total the value of agricultural production and what is produced based on this data. But we need to do a lot before we get to that point. We need to give answers to much simpler questions at the first stage. Comments off microphone. I think that we need to conclude this discussion at this point because we have run out of time. So thank you very much indeed for sharing all this information with us and presenting the ways in which innovation can be put to practice with excellent results. I think that it has been understood through your presentations and our discussion that through technology, strategies and policies for the modernization of the agricultural sector can be implemented. And you have also given us information about the directions that technology is following within this particular field. Thank you also to the audience and those who stayed with us this evening and those watching online and for your questions. There's also a CAP questionnaire in the bags that you have been given, and we kindly ask you to fill that out. Thank you very much. So I think that we have come to the end of the first day of our Congress in the best way possible, and that we have indeed achieved our initial goal, which is to attract the interest of our audience and have very interesting debates. The live poll went very well, and I think we'll be using it in the next few years as well. So tomorrow we will meet again in the morning at 10:30, a very interesting survey from the Greek Legal Civilization Center of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki will be presented on the Common Agricultural Policy, and then we will have a discussion with Mr. Papastergiou, the Minister of Digital Governance. And then we will conclude with the agricultural economy of Central Macedonia and a very interesting panel that will consist of members of diverse cooperatives. Thank you very much indeed, and have a nice evening.